106. Okie dokie, artichoke. Give Autumn my love. Are you okay, Tanya?
Fine. You can do it. I will.
Do you have a fever? Welcome back, Cindy. Time, Lord. Kitty, 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 kitty.
Just tell me. I do it for you, you'll never learn. It's my life. You don't get to ruin it. Of course I do. I'm your mother, and what I say goes. I hate the answer. Oh. Mama, I got this. You should be resting. No, but you don't have to do this, you know. I can't hire a full-time nurse. My insurance will pay for it. No one's going to take care of you without me. No nurses. I'm managing this. You can say something.
Occasionally audiobooks, why? What's Akatar?
This weekend's ready. What did you take?
Oh, I literally just purchased those books. Well, I use purchase loosely. I used my coupon for $100 on them.
That's like things get pretty deep.
Girl, her now, child. All bets are off. She left all of the rest her. Sorry if I can just with the interviews.
They're not really kids, girl.
She knew what she was doing. I don't get it. Why wouldn't they want to have anything to do with her after what she put her through?
But I do know that you sometimes don't agree with May's decisions. You didn't want her to take a job at the call center or college.
I didn't want her to take that job because it's emotionally taxing.
She has been keeping up with her Concourse sessions. Seems like she's handling it. She's practicing.
I want to read it, not listen to
You
it.
don't have to like her choices, but they are her choices. And if she says she's fine talking to Layla, maybe you just have to trust that she is.
That's the mistake I made last time. I trusted that she was fine, and I almost lost her. She was right here, living under my roof, and I didn't know what was going on. I was so wrapped up with me and Michael and the divorce that I didn't even realize what was going on with my own daughter.
Well, she's a teenager at the time. It's their whole MO in life, not to let their parents know what's going on.
And I assumed it was because of me and Michael splitting up. But it was about something I had absolutely no clue about. None.
Right. So you have to forgive yourself, Tina. You don't have to suicide calls up and up and nobody. You can't make all that go work.
I should have known something was wrong. But I missed it. I'm scared she hates me right now. But I'm more scared that I'm going to miss it.
I'm not dozing off at all. I really wish people would stop assuming that I'm doing something that I'm not. I'm watching 911 and talking to y'all and contemplating starting the book. If I was dozing off, you'd know it.
She looks here as a nurse. Did you? Isn't that completely ridiculous? I know it higher than
It premieres this week.
And not knowing was killing me. I had to know if he was going to do it. You should. See my mom? She's over to make ends meet. She got evicted. She was living in a car with me. We saw her. We called child services. We placed her with us temporarily. And she got a life back. Now the pandemic hit. Not in the picture library. She didn't get to work unless you were willing to work with her.
Get off of there!
She's been here since June.
I swear, if it's not cabinets for them to climb on, it's cabinets that they climb in.
I love her. I will always miss her. But knowing that she's looking at us, that would help for the others. I miss her. She's been my life hell every time you do it. And I love her. I have to let her go. I guess we could talk. I'm just tired of always fighting with her. She doesn't think I'm capable of handling anything.
Yeah, she knows you got good head. She's just being protective. And I can't see that I'm like,
But you didn't after the lunatic when I told you Layla reached out?
I wasn't going to tell her.
What difference does that make?
When Harry called me that day, he said you were sick. And you and your mom were going to the hospital. By the time I got there, I found out what really happened. It was all so just confusing and scary. But I'm not.
Exactly.
You know, she thought you were dead.
Diggy!
So,
she did this?
They were her things. Things that I told her to throw out.
You blamed her too?
No. We got separated.
Hi, Cleota.
And then we got past me.
Hi, Smitten.
So just the most important thing we had was just being with you. This guilt, blaming, it's pointless. I know you think that your love was made of steel. She's not. And I'll never know what you mean or what you found. And I'm kind of grateful that I never knew.
Access granted to LED archive.
911, what's your emergency?
It's my daughter. Just overdose.
I know, it's messing with everybody.
We need an ambulance now. Don't feel anything. There's no.
Ma'am, are you still there? What's your location? Medical rescue is on the way. How old is your daughter?
14.
Can you see if her chest is rising? Okay. I need you to give her a rescue respite now. Just until paramedics arrive. You can do that? Good. Then you know what to do. 1 every 5 seconds.
I promise. Whatever. Please. Please. Don't leave me.
I'm not tired.
Aw. Good, you're changing her.
But if you want to let Darth control you,
Hey, did you
by all means, let Darth control you. Just giving you a hard time.
Jim,
What? What did he eat? What did I miss?
you fell asleep standing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just so tired.
Yesterday I fell asleep holding the baby. On the toilet.
Why do other people do this?
I don't know. But I think we might need help.
Yeah. I think I know where to go. I know it's a lot to ask.
Papa can stay with us as long as he wants. 52 years old. And honestly, every time someone excited about having him around.
Darn that Darth.
Life could be pretty boring when you're both retired. And we're available for babysitting services anytime you would have it in and out.
Oh, Albert's medications, I should grab them too.
I'll take it.
I was gonna home for you.
Hi, Susie.
So grateful to you. She took him a kid after she was gone, loved him, loved me. You finished the job she started. I'm not sure I was a thank you for that.
I know it's been really hard, so
What time is it?
if you're not ready, that's okay. We don't want to make a big decision without talking to you. It affects all of us, so we should decide together.
Okay, I'm taking a quick vote.
Parent is a process.
Shall I read a chapter or two, or shall I end the live?
We struggle to see them as their own person with their own voices and opinions, instead of just an extension
Really, Derek?
of ourselves.
Jesus. Oh, what is this?
I thought we did dinner and a movie.
It's a date
So, what do you want to watch?
Oh, shit. Don't knock things over, Derek.
It's not until you have kids of your own that you realize just how much parenthood changes you and your priorities. It becomes about your kids all the time.
Of course. Somebody's in here.
Okay. That means
I'm up for it. It just seemed like nobody was interested.
Sometimes that dedication isn't always a good thing. We put our kids first for so long, we can lose sight of ourselves. We live our lives for our children. Every single thing we do is for them, even the things that are hard for them to understand.
I don't know. It won't be so hard back south.
That is what? A big baby? This one?
Alvin's wife is due next month, and
And if anything else, you can laugh at my really bad English accent.
I think you and John never had kids. Oh, sorry, out of my business.
I have kids. I have a full family. And sometimes a family is what we need. You can be a biological parent to a child, or a parent figure to many, guiding them and taking care of them, like any other parent.
we're glad you called us. Oh, just for a few days, but I'll just join you down.
Dan, why don't you take Chloe and Miles to your room?
Okay. I can try all the clothes. Come on. You're gonna like it. My moms are awesome.
And if you're doing this whole parenthood thing,
Oh, God, that's loud.
not the other way around.
Wow, he's grown up so fast. Hey, Diggy.
I just really like the surprise that she's right in the house. I promise it will only be a minute.
I'm not supposed to.
Thank you.
We have to put our foot down. The call center is not a tourist attraction. I appreciate the talking and business, but we can't have them and his colleagues waiting through the office. Just turn it out, please. Listen.
Good morning. We're in a bit of a got a postponed conversation with Tom when I was walking upstairs. I'm in desperate need of a little something going on here. Kitchen's a mess. There's a couple of things we need to do. We've only been in this house for 3 months and we've already got a house inspection, so
There's a woman in the parking lot. She's saying, "Wow, car is so bad."
Hey, Ellie Mae. Why are we oying back south?
don't even ask why. Two tables.
Yeah, I'm fine. Why?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Looks like they broke the other two.
I need
Probably put you on as well.
Let's get on the board.
So I made a cup of Jennbanana coffee. I can't even speak without a coffee. That's how bad it is. I've gone off like proper coffees again. It's such a I go in and out of phases. It's so strange and really annoying. But I think it's because I've been morning while I was having like coffees, and now I'm back on the instant, and I really want to get back into that. But it's a trick, isn't it?
No, not yet.
Also, I just want to say, like, I know, like, those are so sad. I know we're still waiting to hear back if we decorate from obviously. Before we can even, I would change his bed. I think he's ready to come out of the car. Full bed. Before we do that, warm. I really want to decorate this room because it's a little bit sad. I just want to go back to the village. He has a nice little playroom in here, which is really lovely. Oh, there's no vacuum in the You're moving out? Okay.
Oh, shit.
I've got a job. Money and savings.
How do I make it look
I'm ready to live on my own.
sad? Your room is a little bit sad, doesn't it? It's good, but it's a bit sad. It's a bit of colour in it. That's the mission for another day anyway. We've got an inspection today. We've got an inspection. Do you know what? It's not even about like estimates. It's just are you guaranteed the place? Have you got like hidden that you're renting this out to somebody else? Or so yeah, anyway, that's all.
Okay, okay, well, you're serious about this.
We're gonna make sure the house is nice and tidy.
Ow, shit.
Well, I was just checking out for the kids.
What time they say they're coming?
Hi, Cindy Lou.
That's a big gap. It's stuck in. They probably just started the coffee now.
Yeah, I just put my hair up too tight.
Should start with that. I'm going to use coffee this morning. I go
Also
for a
stop.
coffee every morning. Early on in the
Funny thing is, I just cut it the other day.
I get it a little bit wrong with it. I just do background checks. Realise that we're not like criminal masterminds. Effectively, a stranger is coming to our house and people look around, see
What did the doctor say, Lucy?
pictures in every room. There's something just not right.
I don't know.
Like, where did the pictures go? This is similar to the pictures that you got access. We don't know what it is. They could be anyone. I mean, it's just regular people like us. They could be masterminds that take pictures and learn layouts of it. Hello, Batman.
Hi, I'm Josh Russo.
I was seriously about to ask what kid, and then I realized I'm an idiot.
Quiet space and all that. Did you have one of those? I got no problem with the results. Just really prefer that no wedge of lime and a good glass of tequila. But not when I'm on the clock.
Oh, but you might be here after hours, but I don't know how many.
So much better. Do they have him in a room or in a triage area?
That's right, it is.
I mean, like, hospital room or ER room. I guess I should have clarified.
Before the household.
Right, well, we're putting on Jonathan's jeans on. Oh, wow. And then you have one big pocket in it.
Let us know what the doctor says.
Hello? Is anybody still here? 911, what's your name? I'm stuck on the 32nd floor of the building that may or may not be on fire. I'm all alone right here. The stairway's blocked. I've never been able to leave before, and I don't know what to do, and I'm not even freaking out.
It's okay.
We've still got another unit to
Take
build.
a deep breath.
And we've got rails to
We're gonna get you out of
It
this.
just hasn't been a priority. You don't have a fake tangerine pan? Then you just don't know what stuff. Right, well, do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what?
Hi, Melissa. Hi, Lorraine.
Come to your house.
Discuss things
It's
with
sometimes the key
you.
behind.
Without me.
You'll be happy to know that our bed has been built.
Okay. Talk later.
Well, that's pretty much it. Like, but no
He
way.
thinks we should talk about that.
So,
Have a family meeting.
we don't need a bed and TV.
Sit
Well,
with
like, yeah,
them.
but we're just so big. We're gonna get
Who's
like
surprised?
old sofa
Oh, it's just
storage.
seems
We'll
like-
try and get that.
Yeah.
Our TV is on
No,
the
but
floor.
you know, it's not what I was gonna say, was when you
But especially not bed. That's all. I'm actually
Thank you about the argument she had in
our
about
own bed
later.
in my house. I'm actually really upset that this is what I've got. But we're not gonna spend money
She's
getting
just
such a
too much
system.
life.
Fine. We
But
might
if I
try and get
can't
back
hold
for
on
it,
too tight,
In a little bit, yeah.
Stop rambling. I can be wow, look at that woman, she's so put together.
It's so
Not just right
cool
things.
about the normal
Now
people.
she's put together.
Next to nothing? Your sister works there, right?
That's,
Kind
boss,
of
you,
tight.
this one. I'll send you some straight.
you know, that's you know, way to go. So we're open to 19 no dispatchers. One of the best times for performers in the country. Crazy. Only change.
I just needed to hear a bit of an English accent before I started reading,
And so, next
so maybe I don't butcher it too much.
driving just to
That's awful.
you know less than 10% of your friends who does so.
Yes. So it's like I feel like you're deciding another mistake path.
Use that word. Checked. And I figured maybe the public could help. The public would need to know about the
Hey, Mama.
So happy as I have
I get the pink has to go away though.
is also a fantastic reporter. And I thought maybe she could be a bit.
And the ring light has to go away because it's blinding me.
Okay.
Tell me more about the cause.
Whee.
She took a pretty bad hit. Actually, that's pretty severe for her. But she's out of surgery, and that's what she would want.
I think that's
I have a novel idea for you, Kat. You can go buy the book yourself.
What about the guy who hit her? Where's the school again? I'm not sure.
I'm going to start reading right now.
Yes. Counselor's gonna get over it, and then needs to talk.
But you are capable of buying the book or getting it from the library.
But it's the guy. Just keep saying it.
Josh, don't do any further, okay? I need you to fly. Don't
If you're going to be rude, you can just leave.
No, this is a stupid idea. Don't cry. I should go down. I'm going down.
don't listen to me.
The fire. I think it's coming from the floor below. What do I do now?
Sir, you need to calm down.
Bro, this woman is
thought you said she was blocking your car.
Yeah, she is. With a baseball bat.
Get out of that car and tell me what my job is.
Just,
I told you, I ain't seen Tracy in a month.
I'm not playing with you.
Why you know?
Liar. Come on out, coward.
You hit that vehicle. I had to arrest you.
My daughter's missing. I know he did something to her.
I understand you're upset, but getting yourself arrested will not solve anything.
Why are you talking to her? She's been terrorizing me for the past half an hour. You need to go arrest her.
Shut your mouth and that window.
I don't know what's going on with this.
Tell me about your daughter.
Tracy just turned 21. She's been gone for 2 weeks. Hasn't been home. Hasn't been to work. I'm still getting her from her. I'm losing my mind here.
You think she knows where she is?
She broke it off with him a few weeks back. And he's not the type who likes to be told no.
Talk and don't even think about mine.
I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her come to her in weeks.
Where have you been the last 2 days?
Who would have said I'm on vacation? A million people talking here.
I'm gonna need you to start making a list of those meeting people.
Okay.
You follow the police report.
They asked me if I was sure she didn't just run away. Then they said they'd get back to me. And I'm holding my breath. Then said it was my daughter got after her.
Yes, she is.
Hey, you ever feeling?
You know, there's nothing in a news like a photo of the initial.
That's actually what I need.
Nelson's good, right?
Yes, I'll plug it in over here.
It's there to decide to bring maybe things come back around. He's not the kind of
Can you adjust, please? Can you adjust, please? Because you're laying on the cord. Move! Give me the cord and then you can lay back down. Thank you. Yeah, to you too, Bubba.
Levis remains in critical condition at his home. Police currently have no news. Here the case ends up like most kidnapping sounds. Unsolved.
This is great. And now they'll have to say,
I still can't believe Grace.
yeah, I'm going to try. He's getting to go to the river.
She's not dead. Right, coming in.
The heck? I was sitting there, the lady was going to wake up and she was starting to escape and then this alarm went off and everybody came rushing in there. Where are you taking her?
emergency president. She's putting his hand without that phone.
She's going to be okay?
Hold on.
Josh, I need you to climb. Go up.
So wide. I should go down. I'm going down.
Don't. Listen to me.
There we go.
Oh God, someone else is here.
In the stairwell?
There's a woman. I think she might have fallen trying to get out of here.
Is she breathing?
I think so. Fire's getting closer.
You need to get out of there, Josh.
Can't leave her. She could die.
Okay. Here's what you need to do. Lower onto her back.
I'll push her up until she's sitting up. Get behind her. Give her a hug. Grab her wrist and lift her to her feet. Don't reach her back.
No, this is my leg.
Maha!
Make sure her knees are locked so you can get in front of her. Your back against your chest. Now bend your knees and lift her onto your back. Her arms all the way over your shoulder.
What now?
Move.
There we go. Can you all read that okay?
Go down. There should be less open before it's up.
Okay. Hang on.
Ooh, no.
Just a few more. You can do this. Under 34. You're almost there.
I did not mean to do that.
Just past 35.
36.
That's far enough. You should be clear of the smoke. Just a few more steps.
totally beautiful.
Hi, EJ.
Just right now.
I don't know why it's blurry tonight, but
Are you okay?
I think so.
LAFC is en route, and should be there soon. I'll stay on the line when they get
that is not what I meant to do. Okay, is that better? Okay.
Let's put on Kavita's box.
Where we left off last night,
You okay?
that is the basic info.
Sure about that for some good Samaritan during the right place. Hey, Cap. Who's our hero? This lady wants
I love being told what to put on there and what not to. Where we left off last night,
Sorry, I guess we just missed it. She's doing surgery.
Elijah was trying to comfort Samantha,
Come on, send me home.
but she had really messed up by trying to warn Susanna, and it came off as a threat. And so now she's got a much harder road to travel, as it were, to try and figure out what caused the curse and how to stop it.
I know I had that stuff in there. I'm really scared, Maddie.
Chapter.
We are just going to have all the food.
I had to dim it so you all could read it.
She's not cooking this. I don't even know that
Until I get new bulbs, which are coming later today.
that's the problem. I'm a police officer, and I didn't
This is the light I've got. The curse is something that is causing the deaths of people tied to the descendants from the witch trials.
Always coming to the cooking. But to this day, I have never seen police groups with kids in Beverly Hills.
I mean, I can try turning the ring light back on and see if
Do the job.
it's less blinding.
The thousands of things they do. And we just write them. You think about that little girl?
Hold on.
I'm thinking about my little girl. No one wants to move out. Get a place of her own.
Damn it.
Why does everybody think I'm such a hard ass that all I know how to do is say no? The answer is, we told her it would be okay. Getting moving is the hardest thing in the world.
I think that's a little bit better.
Just because I loved her, she becomes part of it. It was the show that she was coming back into a different situation. Someone would hurt her. I would have healed.
I promise the lighting situation will get better later today.
And I to accept that I take this in turn.
But now, veteran 911 dispatchers present.
Name some of her books.
Like hit by a red zero galaxy truck. I'm not sure why.
That's the law. Tracy signed out the employee lot like 6 days back.
But you're open to land. But for sale. Certain private soldiers, just girls and all that sort of thing.
The girls?
Miriam was the guest with Tracy.
It's like what I told you together. Before I was ready to leave, you wanted to leave and first until we took it in. That was the last time I saw her.
Okay, good. Now I want you to tell me what you didn't tell me.
She went to the casino.
When did you come? The co-worker says she broke up in activity. Bring up anything.
The waitress hustling guys in trucks.
I didn't say that. I said she was doing it. Whatever the guys assumed about her skills, that's on her.
But this guy, they're talking, but keeps a good distance, never looks at her. I'm guessing they probably can come in together.
No. They left together.
What's regret?
Waitress says she didn't serve her. 2 iced teas on the water.
They were tipsy.
That's right. Okay.
Then she leans down and grabs her purse. And then walks her out the door.
We'll get lucky and address what's coming.
It's too tight.
There he is. Face of Stewart must have one of those blocker covers.
No, I've not read any of those.
What do you think? Burgundy or red?
Red.
What's definitive?
What's the timestamp on that?
8:47.
9:02. The red and barrel galaxy spotted fleeing the scene.
Let's see. You see that?
No. I think Susie Evans saw it. Hey! I ran as fast as I could. You find something?
I talked to her in screen guard. She let me see the parking lot surveillance footage. There's something you look at.
Let me see.
Maybe I should just tell you.
What?
Because we know.
What? Wait, let me see.
Yeah, I've not read any of those.
You know, why she's running towards the car.
She saw something she wasn't supposed to. She sees the guy in his car. She gets out to confront him. Knows wrong.
Well, what did she see? I mean, look at where the car was parked. Only thing over there are the dumpsters.
You know, I heard about this illegal plastic surgery clinic a few months back.
Heard about it?
What if I got into it too?
I should call the police.
Usually. I mean, well,
I do have gloves in my car. What did I think about this car?
I don't really have one.
Oh, hold it. I didn't put it in the dumpster. We found a handbag and the ID. I said, well, I still don't know who's still in this girl. I think we see it. Tracy Weather was kidnapped less than an hour ago. We think she might have been in the car that next to her. But it's going out the driver is gone. So she gives her questions. 911. One guy on the scene soon.
Why won't it let me change the card?
Unless it's fake.
Change it.
It's not ridiculous. Unless it's better. What if it wasn't a book? Or that kind of what? No? 9-1. What? Okay. Let's run it. Red Bureau Galaxy, partial plate, 9-1.
station lines are already on our way.
I'm going to call you camera.
Okay, sorry about that.
A campaign clerk, statewide. Red Bureau Galaxy, California license plate 9-1. Room, Adam, Lincoln,
I just purchased the a quart of whatever and whatever, the Akatar books. With my coupon from TikTok shop. Hi Jordan, hi Paula. It's the full set, yeah. I'll show you, hold on.
Plate on the vehicle is 9-1, William, Adam, Lincoln, Tom, Nora.
We've got blood bleeding in his yard. Moving into search.
The name of the bookstore that's selling them is Book and Mortar. And
Pushing the container yard.
it's the set of 5 books that are already out. I don't know if there's any more coming, but I'm kind of sad that I didn't see the hardcover version.
Get that. We'll go get it right there.
I think she's been drunk.
Already unit is in wrap.
Dispatch 118 is on scene after date. Where exactly are you doing?
118, stand by at your location and stage until the scene is secure.
Copy that. Staging.
Because I do ads for a TikTok shop, I have to do an ad for anything I purchase with the coupon.
Officers now advising the scene is clear for you to respond.
No, because the pink was making it hard for me to focus on the book,
118 approaching your location.
which I'm going to now officially start.
I'll take this way.
Is your question the box number? Hey,
No. Over there. All right, guys. Let's go. Get in there. What sign of the suspect?
Nothing. I'll just get it off.
Suspect is 118. Dispatch 118. You're at the container.
No, I do not.
Please advise the box part number.
Container box number.
228. Copy.
Fresh bruises on the wrist, Jack. Pretty hard to tell how long he's had her in here.
No label. Intentional or out of bounds. Which one? How many injections? Even though it's still bleeding, and it's like it's up in the acid, but it's not a regular.
Hannah, I told you where to buy some.
You can actually. That's a big hydration.
The link is on my link tree.
Back up at the ride. Copy units on scene.
Searching the area where the suspect is possibly still in the general area.
And you could have had them shipped right to your front door.
5 at 32 take the northwest corner, 5 at 38 take the east, 5 at 19 take southeast, 5 at 26 on southwest. Units with your direction of travel, update dispatch with container box numbers. Once in place, notify dispatch and begin to circle back to unit 228.
Level 10 tap page.
Yeah, my friend's daughter is selling them, so I put her link on my link tree.
5 at 38 report.
5 out of 38, we're at the northeast corner, blocking container 264, 263, 259.
5 at 13, what's your location? 5 at 13, report.
Copy, workers in 94, 96, 99. No visual yet.
Anyone got a bird up? Need a bird.
on that, calling air support.
I think the only way you can get the adventurefuls is through the website. I think you'll like them. The lemon ones, that is.
I got 32. Update your location.
Well, then 32, I can take number 35. But we lost visual.
You and me both, JFS, but, you know, inflation.
Don't you see any yet for the helicopter? They'll call us back with an update.
Suspect being sighted at Unit 85.
SWAT has been activated, but they're 10 years out. There's no other suspect.
They're called lemonades, but
Walking the same thing in every direction.
I think they're just regular lemon cookies.
My bird?
They're saying they're unavailable.
Negative. Tell them I've got an armed suspect and officers who are as good as city ducks. I need an aerial visual assist.
That's one blind out there. In fact, we're all going around. Not sure where we're at.
Location. First order of dispatch.
Okay,
Up theirs, and I just have to make do?
ignoring everything now, reading the book. Yes, the Samoas are my favorite, followed by peanut butter and Thin Mints Tide. No, Samoas, lemonades, peanut butter and Thin Mints Tide. The trefoils and
732, advise the container box numbers you're near and where the suspect was last seen.
Toffee-tastic Tide.
When your eyes and stuff.
Okay, starting the book now.
22, what you says.
Dispatch 118 is ready to move the victim.
Negative. Negative. Hold your location.
Dispatch officers on the scene have advised area.
Yeah, the tag-alongs are the ones I'm referring to when I say peanut butter ones.
Yourself inside. Cover now.
Yeah, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. Dispatch, you're taking fire.
Units 118 taking fire at box number 228. Repeat, shots fired and fire personnel. Suspect is armed and dangerous.
526, we're on our way.
Copy, that's not the registered travel. 532, be advised suspect is headed your way.
Walking around 1 minute before they head out.
Chapter 37, How to Hang a Witch.
Firefighters, they don't have guns or...
I step into the chilly morning air and close the door behind me. Happy to avoid an awkward conversation with Vivian about her driving me to school. This isn't the longest we've gone without speaking, but it is the worst fight we've ever had. It's not even a fight. It's somehow more. It's like my world is collapsing. For a long time, as I can...
He's headed your way.
Okay, you know what?
We have him surrounded.
I love you, Josh, but you need to shush. Okay. For as long as I can remember, my dad and Vivian were my only people. I'm nearsighted, so I don't... Like, I'm having a hard time reading you, but to read the book, no.
Suspect in custody. 118, officers advising the scene is now clear for transport.
Dispatch 118 is on the move.
Sometimes I can read with them, sometimes I can't.
That's why we're here.
For as long as I can remember, my dad and Vivian were my only people. I can barely keep my eyes open as I jiggle the key in the lock. I got 3 hours of sleep, and my drowsiness is giving me a sick feeling. I turn around and almost collide with a male chest. I scream and look up and see Jackson's worried face. After all this effort to get out quietly, I'm screaming. Don't do that. I speed walk towards school. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Jackson slips my bag off my shoulder, and I'm too tired to protest. I thought I might walk with you. He's walked me home, but never to school before. You're checking up on me? Maybe. He doesn't make eye contact. I've never seen Jackson unsure of himself, and it doesn't feel natural. He probably thinks I'm still a mess from yesterday, which I am, but his treating me like I'm unstable only reminds me of how messed up things are and agitates me more. I don't need you to. Jackson keeps up with my pace and pushes his hair out of his face. Sam, I wanted to talk. Sick people need to be checked up on. I'm not sick. Whatever he wants to talk about, I'm not sure I can handle right now. I'm not in the best control of myself. You saw someone die in front of you. It's not like you're going to be normal either. His tone is serious, and I tense. My whole life, people have told me I'm not normal, and need help. And Jackson's joining them, makes me feel like I'm drowning. I don't want to talk right now, Jackson. Why? Because I won't say that I believe you had a vision about John? Or that I think people are going to die? My cheeks redden and I move faster. We're almost to school. I don't want to defend myself to you. I already have to do that with everyone else. I take my bag from him, and he catches the strap before I can put it on my shoulder. He searches my face. Since when do I make you defend yourself? All I want is for you to talk to me. Let go. I pull on my strap and his lips tighten. He nods and releases his grip. I push through the door of to the school, but he doesn't follow. The second I'm inside, I regret my words. I do want to talk to Jackson, but how could I ever explain Elijah and the curse? He would never believe me. Hi, Chris. In the hallway, the few early students greet me with ugly looks. Insults are spoken just loud enough for me to hear. I clench my jaw to keep from crying. As I turn the corner, a nondescript door opens. I can just make out Elijah's angled face in the shadow. I head straight for it and slip inside. The door clicks shut. It's pitch black and my shoe hits something hard. I grab onto Elijah and he flicks on the light switch. It's a custodial closet with barely enough room for both of us. Our chests are only an inch apart. For a moment, we're both silent. Shadows fall on his cheekbones, and his lips part slightly. I have a sudden desire to be closer to him. I lean forward before I realize what I'm doing. How's my dad? I ask, bringing my heels back down to the ground. Well cared for. That was terrible. Good. Did you find anything or do you find anything or do you just like broom closets? A small smile forms on his lips. I found the story of Cotton at George Burroughs' hanging. You see, Cotton wrote another book about witchcraft called Wonders of the Invisible World After the Trials. I can barely understand memorable providences. After which, a man named Robert Califf wrote a book called More Wonders of the Invisible World. This contained the story of which you had the vision. Why was Caleb's book titled like Cotton's? I ask, realizing that I'm still holding on to Elijah's arm. I make no effort to let go. He feels so solid and alive. Robert Califf was making a commentary on the witch trials. He had a lot of unpleasant things to say about Cotton. Sorry, my accent sucks. Wait, so Califf was Cotton's enemy? And he boosted his own fame by destroying Cotton's reputation? I hear people bustling in the hallway, but I don't care. Then it's possible that story about Cotton and Burroughs isn't true. Why would Cotton show me a story some dude told to make him look bad? It is hard to say. Cotton wrote in his journal that he did not believe Califf's book would ever make it to print. And if it did, that none would take the book seriously. Tell me again what Cotton said about Burroughs after he recited the prayer. Something about how wicked people can pretend to be good, so don't let them deceive you. I readjust my feet in the small space between the buckets, and my body brushes against Elijah's for a moment. He puts his hand on my waist to steady me, and my stomach drops like I came over a hill too quickly. He lets go. Potentially, it's a metaphor. He may be pointing something out. Someone who seems good and is not. Actually, if we take the whole Caliph thing into consideration, it would be someone who spun a story about me and appears to be good but really sucks. Lizzie? I mean, she's been awful to me, but everyone else in school thinks she's awesome. Or one of the other descendants, Elijah says. The thought of Mary or Alice or Susanna could be my secret enemy makes my chest ache. Not Susanna. Anyone but her. Did you get a chance to look at the cause of the rash? No. But now is the perfect time. Empty houses. The first bell rings and I grab onto his shirt. I don't want to go out there. I want to stay in this lemon-scented closet with Elijah. He knows all the weird things that are happening to me, and he doesn't think I'm crazy. He thinks I'm special. Heat spreads through my body like a flame with dry wood. He lifts his hands up and holds my face. His fingers are gentle, and he brushes my hair back. I'm right here with you, and I will be for as long as you need me. You are not alone. The comfort in his words wraps around me like a hug. He pulls my face toward him and kisses my forehead. Before I say a word, he blinks out. I'm left gripping the air where Elijah's shirt used to be, and feeling the weight of his absence. I flick off the light and exit into a sea of people. I rush into my homeroom, and when I open the door, the hostility is palpable. The descendants' seats are empty. I sit down in my usual place. Behind me, hushed voices discuss John's death. The bell rings. Miss Hawksley doesn't need to quiet everyone. The room goes silent by itself. There will be a special assembly this afternoon, an opportunity to discuss the tragedy that occurred yesterday. If anyone feels they need to discuss this event individually, please ask for a pass to go to the counselor's office. I put my forehead in my hands. My tiredness and anxiety mix as my unbrushed hair falls around my face. I'm sure by now Alice and Mary know about my blunder at Susanna's house. I had no idea they didn't see the vision of John when I did. My telling it to them after what happened to John does look suspicious. Alice already suspects me as the cause of it all. The cause of all of this. If only I could explain. There's no guarantee how much time we have before Susanna. I can't even think about that. I won't let the same thing happen to her. The bell rings. I open my eyes and my head feels heavy. On my way out, a guy bumps into me. I stumble, but he doesn't turn around. Great. A day of this type of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they lynch me in that assembly. Wait, what if they do? Hi, Chris. Wait, what if they do? My stomach rumbles with the nerves and lack of food. I make my way to history class and catch Jackson watching me. I feel terrible, but I don't know what to say. Lizzie's not in her seat either. Are all the descendants together? Would Susanna have told Lizzie about my visit to her house? If so, this thing is going to get a lot worse. The bell rings. I'm not sure there's a good way to begin today, says Mr. Wardwell, and he proceeds with his lesson. I stare out the windows, not listening. What Elijah told me this morning about an enemy gnaws at me. It was definitely a warning. Cotton was furious when he said I was focusing on the wrong things. Elijah blinks in and I jump. Jackson notices. I found something you will want to see, Elijah says. I raise my hand, but Mr. Wardwell doesn't call on me. I can see the bathroom pass is already gone from his desk. His desk. He continues for a few seconds while my hand is in the air. Yes, Sam, Mr. Wardwell says. Mr. Wardwell sounds annoyed. Am I imagining this? Or is he being a real jerk? Does he think I have something to do with John's death too? Maybe Jackson was wrong. Maybe Wardwell is a descendant. May I have a pass to the counselor's office? I really don't want to see Miss Lippy, but he can't say no. Just go. He waves his hand towards the door. I grab my bag as I pass one of the girls in the front row. She said, as I pass one of the girls in the front row, she says, "Don't come back." I rub my face as I enter the hallway. What did you find? Elijah hands me a tiny piece of paper. I carefully unroll it. There are symbols written in black ink, smeared in places, from some kind of liquid. What is this? Hi, Cindy. That is parchment paper, and those symbols are a spell. I open my mouth to argue the legitimacy of this, and remember the promise I made to my dad last night, that I wasn't going to resist believing in this stuff. Where was it? Artfully concealed in the ruffle of the dress Susanna wore to the party. So, this was most likely the cause of the rash. This was most likely the cause of the rash, since she got it the worst, right? I always assumed the rash somehow manifested by itself, like a sign of the apocalypse or something. This doesn't explain why I didn't get the rash when everyone else did, though. You see spirits and have visions. You are many things but typical. but typical is not one of them.
Tell me that's not porn or sports.
Maybe this is what Cotton meant by his warning.
Apparently in Blackberry fight,
If Lizzie was trying to set me up,
people go out and find it.
my not getting the rash would be a perfect way to do it. To do that. Or Alice. Oh man. I so hope it's not her.
That's a little hard to do.
One of the classroom doors near me opens and we start walking towards Miss Lippy's office. I should show this to the descendants. Susanna would get this get that someone planted it and trace it back to Lizzie. Who else knows witchcraft besides these girls? Oh no, Susanna came to my house before the party. That makes me the prime suspect.
I'll send them over the image.
I considered that. Is there any way to prove who wrote this? Not to my knowledge. I stare at the little piece of paper that possibly caused all this trouble. Can I keep this? Certainly. Elijah says as we arrive in front of the counselor's office. My bad luck rears its head as Miss Lippy steps out of the door. I thought I heard a voice in the hallway. You're in luck, Sam. I'm currently free. I take one look at Elijah before he blinks out and step inside her office. I tuck the spell into my wallet and notice the business card Captain Bradbury gave me when he questioned me. I'm glad you came down here. It was the right choice. I was hoping this place would be packed and I would spend the rest of the period in the waiting room. I sit down at her desk. I imagine you're here about the tragic event. I nod. I'm not sure what to think. Were you close to John? He was in my class. How did you feel when you saw him? You found him, correct? If she knows this, everyone in school knows I was the one with him when he died. I sigh. Honestly, numb. I couldn't move. And when the numbness left, I pause. Guilt? She releases her breath as though she's relieved we're getting somewhere. I felt like I should have been able to stop it. I hated John, but I didn't want him to die. Hindsight is 20/20, Sam. It might help if we talk about the events leading up to the incident. See if we can find the source of the problem. She pulls out a paper full of notes. Have you been in any physical altercations recently? As in physical fights? No. Have you touched anyone and then realized they were sick shortly after? Ow, shit. Sorry, guys. So much for my moment of honesty. No. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Hi, Missy. Trying to remember if I took my other medicine earlier. I don't think I did. I don't think I did because I think this is it laying right here. Yep. As if I'm psychic. Sorry, give me just a minute, guys. How are you, Missy? Hi, Mia. Okay, sorry about that momentary break. Have you purposely sabotaged anyone's grade during a quiz? How are you, Mia? I'm not sure I understand. So this is the list of complaints Miss Lippy was trying to go over with me yesterday. Have you ever wished anyone ill will with your eyes? That has to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So people are coming in here and making up crazy complaints about me, or their parents are. Elijah was right. The whole school wants to vilify me. They may not openly attack me, but the result is the same. It may be that some of these are more of a stretch than others, Miss Lippy concedes. But there are many people, but this many people can't all be wrong. I believe if we break this pattern you seem to have with other students, we'll get somewhere. Break this pattern? But it's not my... Wait a second. Ah, shit. Wait a minute, could you stop stabbing me with your claw? That would be super awesome. Thank you. Break this pattern, but it's not my... Wait a second. Maybe I can break the pattern I have with them. Everything about this curse seems to be a pattern. If I can break one link in the chain, it might help. Elijah did compare my social situation here to the witch trials. Sam? Sorry, Miss Lippy. I actually think you helped me figure something out. Miss Lippy beams. All part of my job. I need some time to think about this, though. Is there a place where I could sit quietly and for a little while? An empty classroom or something? It's not exactly school policy. You gave me a lot to think about. I'm afraid if I go back to class, I'll lose all the progress we've made. Miss Lippy wavers. Are you sure we can't talk this out? Believe me, I have to think about things privately first. Then I can share. She nods and begins filling out a slip of paper. This is for room 127. It's usually empty at this time. She hands me the pass. This will give you half an hour. Prentice, I swear to Jeebus, if you don't stop, go. This will give you half an hour. Thank you so much. I smile at her. And she looks pleased. I pick up my bag and bolt out of her office. As soon as I'm in the hallway, I start whispering Elijah's name. By the time I open the door to the empty classroom, he is standing there right in front of me. You whispered. Sorry, I reply. I don't really know how else to get in touch with you. His face softens. I don't mind if you call me. Elijah, how do you know that I'm calling you if you aren't watching me? I have not quite figured it out myself. I believe it is correlated to the amount of time I focus on you. I must be tuned into you. I can hear when you say my name. Names have power. I like that he's tuned into me. I think I stumbled across something while talking to Miss Lippy. Did you know people were complaining Did you know that people were complaining that I messed up their grades and got them sick with my eyes and all kinds of nonsense? Not exactly those things, but I did have an idea. I remember how you said my situation is like the accused witches in the 1600s, and that silence is a death sentence? He nods. I was thinking my situation is more like that than I initially thought. That it might all be a part of a larger pattern. Elaborate. So the deaths occur in a pattern that we know, and we figured out that they were occurring only when the descendants of all the main witch trials families were in Salem at the same time. What if the pattern is more complex than we thought? What if the original trials are recreated? As in, the same basic thing happens, just in a different form. In this case, it would be my being accused as a witch, and everyone else falling in line to kill me off. At least metaphorically. Donkey! He tilts his head. It is a better rationale than anything we have come up with thus far. Right. I'm so excited that my sleepiness fades. Let's review the major causes of the trials. Maybe if we can stop some of those things from happening, we can break the curse, or at least slow it down. I pull out a piece of paper and a pen to make notes. To start with, there was Cotton's book. How are you?
Okay, gentlemen, this crowd can still give way and we can just step back. We don't want you falling into. What are you doing out here?
Sorry.
What treasure? Rivers Edge B&B, Willow Tree Suites. Of course it's here.
To start, we must look farther back. Witchcraft was a common crime in those times. In only a few hundred years, there were upward of 80,000 witch executions in Europe. And before the Salem trials, approximately 15 people had been executed in New England. I wince. So witchcraft was something these people accepted as real? Indeed. And as I have told you, Massachusetts Bay Colony was a Puritan community. The political leaders were all members of Puritan churches and consulted their ministers frequently. Puritans were Calvinist. All rituals besides the approved ones were associated with paganism. There's some truth to that. I write quickly in my notebook. Basically, anything outside of the norm was jumped on as evil or something. Elijah nods. Also, Salem Village was a quarrelsome place. Villagers fought over land and church-related matters. Almost every villager could come up with a list of complaints about his or her neighbors. That's high school in a nutshell. I bet once the accusations started flying, they spread like wildfire. Certainly. Now, what you said about Cotton's book was correct. It provided people with the information they needed to make the accusations plausible. Elijah sounds regretful. So,
Jeremiah, I was Mr. Harper's personal assistant. The
door was like that when I got there. I haven't touched the thing. I figured it was probably...
So it was the perfect setting for things to get out of hand. I paused for a moment, which is like my situation here. High schoolers immediately go for the throat of the different person, and once the war starts, it just rages on until someone is broken. Elijah frowns. I guess witchcraft accusations have not disappeared. They have just transformed. I was hoping for a more straightforward task. How am I going to change a whole system? Something that's been happening forever. Elijah smiles at the word change. I wanted you to understand the context of witchcraft accusations in Salem. We can look at it more specifically, examining which things are necessary to convict a witch. Okay. I'm more comfortable with that idea. You tell me what happened during the trials, and I'll find the equivalent for my situation. I write in my notebook. How to hang a witch, witch trials, and now.
And who was conveniently left out of the will? Mr. Harcourt, that's what you and I need to have a conversation.
To start with, you need a fearful community, Elijah says. In addition to what I have already said, and the townspeople, about the townspeople, the French and Indian butlers, the French and Indian battles made New Englanders particularly skittish. There were people in Salem who had been attacked, lost ones they loved, or were refugees. God, my accent sucks. They feared the wilderness, and they were ready for something bad to happen. They wanted something to explain their losses and fears. Like all the mysterious deaths and weirdness in Salem, Alice said they were looking for an explanation. Elijah nods. And most of the accusations formed by a select group of people, the descendants. Once that group decided to turn against a witch, no one in town would stand up for that individual. They feared that they would also be accused if they said anything. Hi, Sheffy. My whole school's scared to stand up to the descendants, especially to Lizzie. Maybe the town is too. Connecting these dots is too easy. I don't like it. Oftentimes, the complaints about the witch would increase in frequency. More townspeople would join in and reinforce the idea that there was something wrong with that person. The complaints Miss Lippy read. Elijah nods. Then proof was provided in the form of physical harm and visions, going so far as to blame past murders on the witch. The rash and John's death. It's pretty morbid. The evidence was reviewed by the magistrates, and the community in the court. When everyone agreed that the evidence was sufficient, the witch took a hanging sentence. My heart pounds. There's no way they could hang me, right? Even if it's a metaphor, the idea is sick and disturbing. My mind goes to the drawing in the dirt on Gallows Hill Park. and the noose on the coffee cup. On this one, I got nothing. Hi, Raquel. Okay, so she made a list. How to hang a witch. Witch trials. Fearful community. French and Indian battles. Convictions by a selected group who no one would stand up to. Increasing frequency of complaints about the accused witch to reinforce that there is something wrong with that person. Proof of witchcraft, visions, murder, etc. Evidence reviewed in court, hanging sentence. Now, descendant deaths in Salem, the descendants. What parents and students are telling Miss Lippy and Brennan, the rash and John's death, and then a bunch of question marks. I'm not sure what could be the equivalent to going to trial, I say. Also, most of those things have steadily happened. Have already happened. I can't stop them. Was it ever possible to escape a death sentence? Occasionally, yes. But that individual needed a good deal of support and a way to make her voice heard. You will need an audience, and you will have to be convincing. My stomach drops so low. I feel it in my toes. Like a speech? Hi, little D. Yes, I suppose so. He pauses. And I know what he's going to say next. Also, our courts were not formal, the way you might imagine them. They were more of a community event. Will the school gather to discuss John's death? I stare at my hands, which have stopped taking notes. Yes, there's an assembly today. Providence. You mean the worst thing ever. Everybody's so quiet. I mean, I know you all are paying attention, but I don't know, you're not talking at all. Hi, Lisa. Hi, David. Chapter 38. Reasons for disliking me. I grip the paper written in my crappy handwriting and take the last seat in the last row of the auditorium. People speak in hushed voices, but the energy is high. Principal Brennan clears his throat at the podium. As all of you know, one of our own students died tragically yesterday. I tune him out and look over my speech. My hands shake and the paper rustles. Just don't let me faint, which I have done twice since I came to Salem for some crazy reason, and don't let anyone throw anything. Samantha, if you are not careful, It will tear, Elijah warns as I ease my grip. I look at the backs of the students' heads and involuntarily begin to count them. When I get to 500, I start to dry heave. Elijah appears calm, but I can tell by the slight wrinkle in his brow that he's worrying. If you must regurgitate your food, I suggest you doing it before the speech. I didn't eat anything today, I say. He lifts his brow. I suppose that is good fortune. I can't help but agree. Naya?
You're gonna go in and check it out. You're all waiting.
I'm not going to know.
We're going to leave it. Many of you have a badge.
Am I imagining things, or did Naya sneak in here?
I didn't think so. Wait here.
Well, it says she's here, but she's not responding. Hi, Kim. Okay, I'm going back to the book.
Drove down here like an angry mob. Something that was dead, but that's what it was.
Now I would like to hand over the microphone to some of John's closest friends, Brennan says, concluding his brief introduction. The descendants take the stage wearing floor-length black dresses and appearing almost to float. Lizzie carries a bundle of roses in a deep shade of purple. They look black from a distance. She places them near the picture of John on the stage. Those roses. They're the same kind I saw on the lamppost in town. My mind races. Could they have been from her as well? Susanna did say that Lizzie's been affected more than most, and that she blames me. Did something happen to someone else she loves? Hi, Dee. Lizzie takes the podium with the three girls behind her. I cannot give you a carefully constructed speech about how special John was, or what a good life he had until yesterday. You all knew him. You all know. Her demeanor's cold and commanding. I'm not going to make you laugh or cry or even tell you how I feel without him. My feelings are obvious. I can sum them up in one word: anger. The descendants behind Lizzie glance at each other. I guess she's not giving whatever speech they were expecting. He shouldn't have died. It was not an accident, and the responsible party must pay. We all know who that is. Samantha Mather. Sweat breaks out on my forehead and I slink down in my chair as far as I can. Nausea throbs through my body, and the edge of my vision flickers like a camera flashes. Susanna was there when Samantha tried to attack him in the hallway. I was there when she threatened him in class. And Jackson was there to discover her bite mark on his lifeless palm. My heart nearly stops when I hear Jackson's name. He talked to the descendants about me. He was the only one there when I told Bradbury about biting John's hand. Has he been lying to me all along? The betrayal stabs at me, and all I want to do is run. Surprised reactions ripple through the crowd, in gasps and whispers. Many turn around and search for me. Elijah fumes. This is my conviction. Brennan stands looking like he's going to interject. That's all we have to say. Lizzie turns away from the podium. Susanna hesitates near the microphone, but Lizzie grabs her arm. They follow her off the stage. Lizzie convinced them I had something to do with John's death, and Jackson, I want to cry. A flustered Brennan takes the microphone. I would like to say that the police report indicated that John's death was most likely an accident. And as I said earlier, now I would like to introduce Dr. Myers, a grief therapist, to the stage. Dr. Myers takes the microphone. Maybe this isn't such a good idea, I say. Samantha, there is no retreating. You either go up there or your trial is concluded. Lizzie is victorious. How can I change people's minds after that? You simply have to introduce doubt. Make them question their dislike for you. That should be enough to buy us time. This is your chance. Do not miss it. What, Time Lord? You're interrupting, my love. Yes, you are. Hi, Adam. Where was I? I take a breath and I have to focus on why I'm trying to break the curse. My dad, and now Susanna. I saw her hesitate on stage. She doesn't agree with Lizzie. At least not completely. I need every shred of support I can get. My whole body shakes as I stand. Thankfully, everyone's watching Dr. Myers. I hug the wall as I make my way towards the front of the auditorium. I don't look at anyone because I can't bear knowing what I'll see. I walk up the stairs to the stage. Steady, Samantha, Elijah says. Dr. Myers looks confused as I approach the podium. I have something to say. My voice is quiet. Brennan attempts to get on the stage, but Myers stops him with a hand gesture. To my surprise, Myers puts the microphone back on the podium and steps away from it. I'm not sure whether I'm grateful or wish that he had stopped me. I place my crinkled speech on the podium. The room's unnaturally silent. No one moves. I don't look at the crowd. I can't. I just focus on my paper and keep my voice steady. I know that I haven't made a good impression on most of you. Some of you. Well, you have legitimate reasons for disliking me. People begin to whisper, and the counselor hushes the room. Get off the stage, someone yells, and a few people boo me. I'm making this worse on myself. There are many, the boos increase. Lizzie yells, murderer! And others echo her. I lift my head to take in the audience for the first time. Angry faces stare at me. I clear my throat, and Brennan and Dr. Myers attempt to quiet the hostile students. I straighten my speech, hoping people will stop booing me enough for me to get the words out. In one jerky moment, I knock the piece of paper off the podium and over the edge of the stage. Elijah grabs it mid-fall. It takes me a second before I realize the auditorium has gone silent. Slowly, Elijah lifts the paper. Everyone stares at it, floating in the air. I take it, but finding my place in my speech now seems silly. How can I go on like nothing strange just happened? I scan the auditorium the way I peek at a bad cut. I have the descendants' attention. Good. I spot Jackson in my peripheral vision, but don't look at him directly. I fold my speech and tuck it in my back pocket. I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. I'm weird. The strangest things happen around me all the time. I don't know why, and maybe I never will. I can explain that paper, though. It was a spirit. I can make friends at this school. I can't make friends at this school, but I can with the dead. So at least I've got that. There are a few nervous laughs that end as abruptly as they start. And I'm pretty sure I know why John died, even though I don't know how. The tension in the room is palpable. But to explain that, I have to back up a bit. You see... Hey! Get off of there! Sorry, my cat's in something. To explain that, I have to back up a bit. You see, there were 3 times in the years since the trials when a whole bunch of descendants died. My spirit friend helped me figure out that these deaths happened in a pattern. All the major witch trials families have to be in Salem at once. A few weeks ago, the Mathers were the only major family missing. And as you may have noticed, when I moved here, people started dying quickly. To my surprise, the crowd's not acting like I've said the most ridiculous thing ever. With a quick glance, I catch Jackson putting his head in his hands. My lip trembles. You said that I'm cursed. I am. And so are the descendants, their families, and possibly this town. Actually owning these words feels oddly light. I've been running from them for a long time. I'm trying to figure it out, but I don't think I can do it by myself. I'm not asking you to like me. I'm asking you to stop hating me long enough for me to work this thing out. The whispers start. That's all, I guess. Thanks for listening. As I walk away from the podium, a girl yells, "Prove that you can see a ghost." Not this again. The room waits for my reply. No. But as the word leaves my mouth, Elijah lifts me up by my waist. The audience bursts into shocked conversation. No one tries to get control of the situation. I make eye contact with Susanna, and Elijah sets me back on my feet. She nods calmly while Alice and Lizzie battle it out on either side of Mary, who looks ill. I don't sit back down in the auditorium. I steal a glance towards Jackson, but he's not in his seat. I walk through the heavy double doors and then out of the school entirely. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Time Lord. Do you want to actually come here? Psst, 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 psst. Hi. Do you want to come here? Do you want to come here? Kitty, 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 kitty. Hey. Come here. She's being difficult. Chapter 39. A Crow and a Noose. Books and old transcripts of the trials cover the table where Elijah and I sit. The reference room of the public library is as stuffy as ever. But at least it's private. I gesture at the book I'm reading. This says Cotton was prejudiced against Burroughs for his unorthodox beliefs. As far as I can tell, Burroughs' hanging was the only ones Cotton attended. I haven't read the trial transcript yet, though. Elijah nods. I remember Burroughs. He had an unfortunate history with my fiancé's family. He owed them money. Although he eventually repaid it, my fiancé was, well, acquainted with gossip concerning him. When she twisted the gossip properly, she formed it into an allegation of witchcraft. He became pinned as the ringleader of the witches, because he was a minister. Hi, Dax, Mom. It must be strange for him to research all of these people his fiancée accused. I'm not sure how these things tie together. It's so tangled, but there has to be some common thread we're missing. Yeah, I can figure out the common thread. Indeed. I play with the cap of my pen. I'm just thinking out loud, but... Ow, shit. I'm just thinking out loud. But what have we learned from the things I've seen? My first dream had a crow and a noose. The second was Cotton's sermon about witchcraft, and it had another noose. Hello, Prentice. Hold on, guys. Come here. No. You want attention, so I'm going to give it to you. You want attention, so I'm going to give it to you. Anybody want a black cat? You say hi? You say hi? Hi? Did you just stick your tongue out at me? Brat. Go away. That'll get me at least 5 minutes of peace. Aw, thank you for doing that. That'll mean a lot to her. My phone is here somewhere. Luna, I love you, but I think you're laying on the phone. I've lost my phone. There it is. Oh, Hannah, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry. Okay, I can finally turn that off.
I think it looks exactly the same. It's really honest. Come in.
Well, that's a good way to look at it. No, I can't remember why I picked up my phone. Oh, Girl Scout cookies. Yeah.
It is so good to have you back. I missed you.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, where were we? I play with the cap on my pen. I'm just thinking out loud, but what have we learned from the things I've seen? My first dream had a crow and a noose. The second was Cotton's sermon about witchcraft, and it had another noose. And my visions consisted of John being crushed and the girl hanging from the rope. The one time I actually called on Cotton, I saw Burroughs hanging. Before he turned into Susanna, that is. Elijah and I are both silent, considering for the 100th time how these events connect. Riddles, metaphors, double meaning. That was her, not him. Riddles, metaphors, and double meanings, I say. Did you find anything on the Crow Woman Miss Merriweather and my grandmother used to dream about? Nothing near the time of the trials. But people were more suspicious then and would refrain from committing to paper anything that could attract a curse or black magic. It is possible I'm not looking closely enough. I will search more. Let's try that again. It is possible I'm not looking close enough. I will search for more recent diaries from the 1800s. It may even be that the bird is wrong, or that I am not considering the right metaphors for a bird. Metaphors for a bird? Flight, flying, feathers carved into a windowsill, house in the woods, woman with dead birds story. I missed something. I say, putting my pen down. I think it's blocked out now. Stop, Prentice! Ow. Yeah, I gotta fix the bear. Okay, why is this burning my leg? I missed something, I say, putting my pen down. I think I blocked it out. Honestly, it happened before I believed most of this stuff could be real. Remember that day I spent with Jackson when you were waiting at my door? Did you see where I went that day? Saying Jackson's name out loud creates a sharp pain in my chest. No, I was engaged in my own research. The one time it would have been helpful to have him watching me. He wasn't. We were in the woods. We went to find the house that find a house that hands down that's hands down the creepiest place I've ever been. It has a bedroom with walls covered in scribbled rantings from a lunatic, and the windowsill has feathers carved into it. Jackson told me a story at the time about an old woman who lived there and ate birds. It sounded so crazy that I disregarded it completely. Elijah sits unnaturally still.
Alright, guys, keep setting up the ladder.
And my name and my dad's name were written on the walls. Our first names, anyway. I never thought those feathers could be related to the Crow Woman. I'm really frustrated with myself for not considering it. He snaps the pencil he's holding and puts it on the table. How could I be such an idiot? I should have told him about those names from the beginning. Where is this house, Samantha? I can draw you a map. Quickly. I draw the streets and what I remember of the woods. Jackson could see the old trail that led to the house, but I'm not positive on its of its angle. I'm pretty sure the place is haunted. Did you see someone? Elijah asks. He's almost frantic. No, but I heard a woman crying. He blinks out. I still think Jackson's story is bull, but there might be some piece of truth in it. Like, hello. I still think Jackson's story is bull, but there might be some piece of truth in it. Like the birds piece. Birds, feathers, crows. It doesn't take a genius to put these things together. Thinking about Jackson hurts more than I thought it would. I can't believe he would talk to the descendants about me. I bet they had a real good laugh about how he fooled me into thinking he liked me. I flip through the pages of the book without reading it. My eyes well up, and I push my feelings away, hiding them with all the others that I don't want to deal with right now. Jackson's not the first friend who's turned on me, and I'm sure he won't be the last. This is exactly why I don't let people near me. Is it just me, or is that picture frame crooked? I think it's just me. Hi, Moonbeams. Hi, Lou. The dimly lit room that seemed sort of old world romantic when Elijah, was in it. I'm going to try that sentence again. The dimly lit room that seemed sort of old world romantic when Elijah was in it suddenly feels isolated and devoid of oxygen. I prop open the wooden door to get some air, and there's a freshman from my school in the book aisle. He eyes me curiously. I return to the round table and pack up my things. Mather, he says. Huh? My heart beats a little faster. I saw your speech today. He leans against the doorway. He isn't particularly tall, but he's stocky and takes up most of the entrance. Okay. I eye the space between him and the doorway, trying to decide whether or not I could squeeze past him if he turns out to be a creep. I know all about your family. Great. I'm not sure if he's making fun of me or trying to talk to me. Can I take a picture of you? He asks, pulling out his cell phone. Seriously? No. Go be weird somewhere else. I want people to stop hating me, not treat me like a sideshow. Welcome back, Cleota. Seriously? No, go be weird somewhere else. I want people to stop hating me, not treat me like a sideshow. Cheese, he says, only before I can say what? That little punk flashes his cell phone light in my face and takes the worst picture ever. Then he runs down the aisle, laughing. I'll break that phone, I yell after him as the white-haired librarian comes around the corner. I'm developing a phobia of this library. Keep your voice down, she says. 5 minutes until closing. Then she peers at me in a you know what you did way and walks off. I grab my shoulder bag and head towards the stairs. Why did that boy take a picture of me? Is that... Hello? Pardon me. Why did that boy take a picture of me? Is that a sign of the people... Is that a sign that people might not hate me? Or does that just mean that they're finding new ways to torment me?
Where we assess how seriously a condition should be considered as a diagnosis. Really? It's really... Okay, do your work. 62-year-old female presents with dizziness, living with neck pain. Patient has a history of high blood pressure and smoking. Have you been having cigarette sex before? Then reality.
Still doesn't matter. He's normal.
What now? Okay.
Could be an inner problem, like the ear disease.
Lost my spot. I'm sorry, guys. Give me just a moment. As I exit the library, I fold my arms again, against the cold night air. Hi, Diane. As I exit the library, I fold my arms again in the cold night air. More spells, says Elijah, blinking in. What? The house. He looks more agitated than when he left. There are stones by the window, and doors bound with string and sealed with black wax. I do not know. Hi, Crystal. There are stones by the windows and doors bound with string and sealed with black wax. I do not know the exact meaning, and I do not care. Pardon me. I dare not cross the barrier. but you've already done it once. I try to remember if I saw that, but in all likelihood, I wouldn't have noticed. But you're already dead. What's the worst that could happen? His look tells me. His look tells me I don't know the half of it.
Yes, you can. I wish I could have surgery at this hospital, but I kind of want to vet it first. Is that not possible? Yes, I have a few questions. So just take 15 minutes. Why don't you write this down? Can I help you?
I have a patient, female, 62 years old. She's experiencing dizziness, back pain, and orthostatic hypotension. And we're looking at abdominal and vertical lipid, electrocardiogram to verify that. Hello? You want to go?
Of course, I'll get them all right away.
Echo and EKG show severe deterioration of the bone depot. Imaging shows that
Hi, Ange.
surgery.
So she's okay.
They should be able to grasp the line. Surgical team will be gone in a few minutes. Procedure is here. Answer any questions.
I'm gonna try this over again. But you're already dead. What's the worst that can happen? His look tells me I don't know the half of it. And
She could die. We sent us home with no explanation, no
really, Luna? I smile at his formality. I smile at his formality. There's a garden right over there. I point towards the Ropes mansion. And I point towards the Ropes mansion where I met the descendants. Yes, that will do. He walks at such a fast pace, I almost have to run to keep up. Hi, Heidi. He walks at such a fast pace that I almost have to run to keep up. And I've never seen him like this. I follow him under the trellis and into the labyrinth of the flowers.
Wow, someone's feeling generous. Can I talk to you for a second? I was thinking about what you said when I found the report and saw the funny page. So I started looking around. Just trying to see being circulated on the faculty newsletter.
I follow him under the trellis and into the labyrinth of flowers. Even in the dark, this place feels alive. The Gothic tower looms over us in the moonlight. He winds along the dirt path. He winds along the dirt paths and under to a bench under the canopy of vines. I sit before he asks me to. He sits next to me. Elijah collects his thoughts. Reading through old diaries, I found accounts regarding my fiancé. They were disturbing. I did not tell you because I believed them my personal business and irrelevant. Let's try this again. Reading through old diaries, I found accounts regarding my fiancé that were disturbing. I did not tell you because I believed them my personal business and irrelevant. You see, my fiancé formed an obsession with my death. Stop, Kaylee! Formed an obsession with my death. She buried my body at the edge of her property. That's right, if you commit suicide, you can't be buried in hallowed ground or whatever. I vacillate between curiosity and dread. Her family found her wandering over my grave night after night. She spoke to me freely. Her family found her wailing over my grave night after night. She spoke to me freely around her house, refusing to accept I was gone. I'm reminded of what Jackson told me about his mom and his mom when his dad died. Out of spite, her witch accusations became more frequent and demanding. When out of spite, her witch accusations became more frequent and demanding. When the trials concluded, she snapped. She became vicious and incoherent. She had luck on her side, though, because the shame of the trials was so great, her family so influential, she refrained, they refrained from arresting her. You could be arrested for being crazy. If your fits cause others physical harm, then yes. And her fits were terrifying. From what I have read, Even though they spared her arrest, she was banished from town.
He's always going in. She's poisoning.
She refused to leave She refused to leave on the grounds that she would not be parted from me. So, you think she lived in that house? The one in the woods? I interrupt, feeling anxious. I know it. Her parents bought it for her because it was just outside of town limits.
Hello? Tom? You okay?
I know it. Her parents bought it for her because it was just outside of town limits. The house was remote, even then, well surrounded by trees. For a while, her mother visited her. My fiancée was losing her mind, and her violent outbursts. My fiancée was losing her mind, and her violent outbursts increased. After a while, her mother stopped going altogether. I found a letter saying she saw my fiancé from a distance years later, feral and dirty. Okay. My voice was measured. What does... Okay, my voice was measured. What does this have to do with the feathers I found in the windowsill and the story about the birds Jackson told me? Elijah looks regretful. Like everyone else at the time, I kept a diary. It was leather bound with a feather on the front. Hello. It was part of a set, and she had the matching one. She inspired the purchase. In fact,
You followed me to a meeting?
You lied. I couldn't understand why. And then I saw it. That's Rachel Hoffman, the drunk driver from the pipe. Are you sponsoring her?
she used to say my hair was black as a raven's, and her nickname for me was Bird. She would tell me that when we died, we would fly away together. He looked at her. That's not what it said. He looks away. Suddenly the writing on the walls seems way worse. And the crying I heard when I touched the carved feather, my brain is on overload. Why was my name there? And what is that place used for now? Elijah, maybe the stories about the evil woman that lived there have...
Stop seeing Dr. Stanford without mentioning it to me, and then turns out you're off of retirement and you dismiss it, and that's completely in the dark about it.
I didn't think I was to ask you what this.
You don't. This is about me not even being a
Hello.
consideration. You know, it doesn't cross your mind to in the conversation or wonder what I might think. We're supposed to be partners.
Elijah, maybe these stories about the evil old woman that lived there and with the birds were about your fiance, not about the crow woman. My voice trails off as I try to figure out the crow woman and Elijah's fiance. Could they be different people? I can't.
We're not partners, but that's how you want it.
What about my mom? Was she at the hospital?
A little more sick. Gotta go to a different hospital. This is your ride.
My baby. Where's my baby?
You got any food?
I lost my spot.
Yeah, you wanna run with kids to the hospital?
Well, that can't be good. The way the woman's hair fell, the way she held her body, I just could not put my finger on what it was until now. My heart, the way it was, what it was until now. My heart races. Why would my grandmother draw your fiance? And why would Cotton show you a crow in a dream? He sounds as anxious as I feel. Elijah's fiance is the crow woman. There's only one thing that explains this. She's wrapped up in the curse. She must be. I just never imagined. I just never imagined. He doesn't finish. He told me several times she was one of the main accusers of witches. It makes sense she would be involved in the curse. She helped start she helped start the curse. Yes, and if she is involved. He told me several times she was one of the main accusers of witches. It didn't make, it makes sense she would be involved in the curse. She helped start the hysteria. Yes, and if she is involved, I do not believe myself exempt. Yes, and if she is involved, I do not believe myself exempt from this situation, as I once did, Elijah says. Are you suggesting you're part of the curse too? Indeed, it is possible. I was the one who disapproved of her actions at the time. Then I killed myself before. Hello. Hey, sassy ass cowgirl. I haven't seen you in ages. Indeed, it is possible. I was the one who disapproved of her actions at the time. Then I killed myself because of the trials and left her alone. And here I am. Helps if I'm smarter than technology. Hello. I don't need to reset the timer. Go away. Hi, Brianna. Okay, let's try this again. Then I killed myself because of the trials and left her alone. And here I am again, helping you attempt to stop the curse. She has every reason to seek revenge. If you're tied to this, we can figure it out. What will happen to you? I always thought he was stuck here because of because of his suicide, not the curse. Are you inquiring whether I will remain a spirit? I nod at him. I cannot say. A tightness forms in my chest. For the first time since I learned about the curse. A tightness forms in my chest. For the first time since I learned about the curse, the idea of solving it doesn't feel like a relief. Do you want to stop being a spirit? His face is unreadable, but he maintains eye contact. Hi, Sweet Martine. Do you want to stop being a spirit? His face is unreadable, but he maintains eye contact. I have often wished it. The tightness spreads. Of course. In truth, I have not enjoyed these years. I have loathed many of them. And returning to Salem, not only In truth, I have not enjoyed these years. I have loathed many of them, and returning to Salem has only increased my suffering. Then, as he talks, it becomes increasingly hard to breathe. Then what? I whisper. I recalled the reason I was in pain. Loss of beauty, of connection. Abigail's singing while I painted. How... Pardon me. Hi, Megan. I recalled the reason I was in pain. Loss of beauty, of connection. Abigail singing while I painted. How we laughed how we laughed so when no one was watching. And how finding a black-eyed Susan tucked into my business contracts reminded me of why I was doing the business in the first place. To really care for another is a reason to live. When that beauty was blotted out of my world, I no longer wanted to be in it. I understand him completely. Without my dad, I don't know who I am. You reminded me of that beauty again. Not in 1 minute of my death have I wished for my life back until I met you. Under the vines of that little, under the vines on that little bench, I stare into his gray eyes. Before I can consider what I'm doing, I lean forward until I am only inches from his face. He gently brushes my hair behind my ear. Samantha, I don't care, I whisper. He doesn't argue with me. Instead, he leans forward and presses his lips to mine. Softly at first, then with pressure. The coolness of his mouth warms against my own. Everything about him feels alive and hungry. His hand moves under my hair to my neck, and he pulls me towards him. His tongue slips into my mouth, and my body tingles from my lips to my thighs. I want this, all of it. I don't care if it doesn't make sense. I reach out, entwining my fingers in his clothes and pulling him closer. He holds me tightly, he holds me tightly, the tips of his fingers pressing into my back. Then, like flipping a switch, he stops kissing me. I look at him, confused. There's a pause before I release my hands from his body. What? He shakes his head and stands. This cannot be, Samantha. You are living. Hi, Caners. Hi, Shelley. Is anybody still here? Hi, Lily. Well, hello to Knoxville, Tennessee. I love Knoxville. Hey, High Life, I haven't seen you in ages. I don't know why the light keeps dimming. I think that's part of the problem. There's the... I'm here, Richa. I'll try something. This might wash everything out, but I'm going to try it anyway, just because reasons. Chapter 40, Midnight Mission. The clock on my bedside... The clock on my bedside table reads 2:27 a.m. I snuggle further into my down comforter. What, the board behind my head? It's just the digital picture frame. I just put a digital image with all the information on it. With the crap sleep I've gotten recently, I should have passed out hours ago. But all the details of the curse won't leave my head. And it's driving me crazy. And I can't connect them. How much time do I have left? There's a soft tapping on the window, and I launch myself from my bed in a tangle of blankets. I squint at the... Oh, shit. Luna! Okay, sorry about that. There's a soft tapping on my window, and I launch myself out of bed in a tangle of blankets. I squint at the crouched silhouette on my roof and can make out it can just make out the shape of a bun. Susanna? Sorry, she says, but her voice is muffled by glass. I kneel on the window seat and open the window. How'd you get on my roof? I peer behind her just to make sure she's alone. She slides into my room and closes the window. I climbed the lattice work and jumped up. She scaled my house. I flip my bedside lamp on. Baby, come here. You're caught in the cords. Come here. There you go, girl. I flip my bedside lamp on. She's wearing green plaid pajamas and fluffy white winter coat. Okay, so she's not wearing black. She's a mini ninja, and she's on a midnight mission. What else don't I know about this girl? Everything's a mess, Samantha, she says, and sits down on my window seat. Yeah, I know, I say. I'm not sure how to process this visit. I'm partly relieved and partly suspicious, especially after Lizzie's hateful speech. No, I mean, it's gotten worse. I need to know. Have you had any more visions? She says, and I can hear the fear in her voice. You mean other than the one of you? I wish I had phrased that better. Yeah, anyone else. Even someone you don't know. I recognize the look on her face. I've worn it myself. Your sister? Her eyes widen. No, I mean, I didn't see your sister, but did something happen to her? Her panic deflates, and she nods. She was admitted to the hospital not long after I came home from school. She collapsed. Her voice shakes. I sit down next to her. I'm so very sorry. I don't know what to say. And she's not the only one. Lizzie's brother and cousin got in a car accident. Her cousin's dead and her brother's in ICU. And Alice's uncle that owns the brew, he had a heart attack. Lizzie's brother and cousin? That's what those purple roses in town were about? It takes all of my self-control not to jump up and start pacing. It's escalating. I think you might be the key to figuring all of this out. I'm so nervous I almost laugh. You guys have been keeping me in the dark. Why would you do that if you think I can solve the curse? That's why I'm here. Anything I know that can help you, I'll help you. I definitely didn't expect that answer. What changed? She takes a breath. We did a clarity spell with Lizzie. Pardon me. We did the clarity spell with Lizzie, and it didn't work. Do you mean you didn't see the blurred faces? Let me back up. Alice, Mary, Lizzie, and I have been friends since we were little. Our mothers were friends, and their mothers. And from the time we were 10 or so, we were casting. It took us a long time before we could make anything work. And it wasn't until recently that any of us besides Lizzie could do spells individually. We always needed the circle. We still do. For some things. Pardon me. For most things. The circle? 4 of us. What about John? Susanna hesitates at the mention of his name, and I regret bringing him up. He wasn't as interested as we were. When he was there, it was mainly for Lizzie. So everyone knows you do witchcraft. They're not just spreading rumors. Not exactly. People make guesses, but we never discuss it with anyone outside of ourselves. That's why I didn't answer when you were asking me questions that day. I came to your house. Really? Ellen? I was right. They're like a secret society. Hi, Beach Babe. I was right. They're like a secret society. But you did a spell with me. Isn't that a violation of your society? Yes and no. Sorry. But you did a spell with me. Isn't that a violation of your secrecy? Yes and no. The thing is, I get feelings about people. Not everyone, but certain people. I just know things about. And as much as Lizzie and Alice kept saying you were bad, you were the bad thing coming to Salem, I knew the moment I met you that wasn't true. Alice argued with me, but Lizzie wouldn't hear it. Wouldn't hear it. Oh, I lost my spot. True, Alice argued with me, but Lizzie wouldn't hear it. Eventually, Alice agreed that if I could prove it, she would help me convince Lizzie. That's when we met you in the garden, and that's why Alice agreed to do that spell. Alice reads bones, and Susanna reads people. I'm really not sure which end is up anymore. You were testing me? Yes. The clarity spell should have told us something about you. Brought the light to truth. But those blurred faces were something no one planned on. Nothing like that has ever happened before. When we saw Cotton, Alice and I started arguing all over again. The blurred faces were something no one planned on. Nothing like that had ever happened before. When we saw Cotton, Alice and I started arguing all over again. We decided to go back one more time to sort it out before discussing it with Lizzie. But why were you arguing with your friends if Hey, Linda. But why were you arguing with your friends about me? What does she see when she reads me? She places her hand on mine. Samantha, Alice's bones kept directing us to you. You are obviously connected to us for better or for worse. And so what happened with Lizzie? We tried the clarity spell in the same spot in the woods, and we didn't even get a normal reading. We got nothing. It didn't work at all. Could it be a fluke? I didn't know how this stuff works, but it sounds like I need to. I look at my dad's picture. Susanna shakes her head. Things like that don't happen randomly. You made that spell work. I'm sure of it. I open my mouth to protest and shut it again. Did you ever tell Lizzie? Susanna fidgets with the zipper on her coat. Alice brought you up in the auditorium right before everything happened. Oh no. That has to be the worst timing ever. How are you, Linda? Lizzie's not thinking clearly. She's coming after you, isn't she? Lizzie's not thinking clearly. She's coming after you. She's convinced that these deaths and accidents are your fault, and she's doing everything she can to convince the town the same thing. And because she's angry with us, she's not telling us what she's planning. But it's not just gossip. Her family is well connected here. What do I do? Meet us tomorrow in the woods behind Walgreens at midnight. We'll bring Lizzie, and we'll sort this thing out. If we can't work together, then we're all gonna lose. These divisions are costing us time. A chill runs through me. Okay. Susanna pulls out her phone. I have to run. My parents are expecting me back at the hospital. She lifts my window and slips through it. Susanna, be careful. The vision I had Just meet us tomorrow, she says and closes my window behind her. How are you, Linda? Hi, Big Bobby. Hey, Jax Joe.
What's your name, sir? Ethan, are you there?
Dispatch center is a single victim inside named Ethan. But Robin and the multiple hydrants are hitting its map here.
Hi, Trisha.
Copy that. Collaborating with the investing one.
If I'm Malone's friend, right when he said it,
At least I'm doing better with the voices. Chapter 41, Becoming a Witch. I rub my eyes against the early morning light as I walk into the kitchen. Coffee's brewed and everything's quiet. Vivian's car isn't in the driveway. Looks like she's avoiding me now. Somehow this hurts worse than her anger. She's the one who sold the apartment and lied to me. She's the one who slapped me. How is it fair that she's now mad at me? And mad at me on top of everything else. I pull down a mug and fill it with coffee. Half and half and a bit of cinnamon. There are new empty wine bottles in the recycling can. Hold on. Where's my phone? Good Lord, Cat, you sound like you're... Who's that? That's what it is.
All right, watch right behind us. We're taking over the scene. We're taking over the file. Howard Hahn, 118. And I guess if my captain stuck inside that fire, I'm in trouble with this
For
thing.
less people.
Yeah, come in. Can you get me in here? Bobby's gonna die in there. You need your help. Help me do work. Get me my husband.
You're insane. Who's gonna die in here? What? Don't even wait. Might as well take as many throughout the world as I can. Nobody's coming here.
I don't know the girl's side. Oh, I so she drops it. She gets the rest of the ground.
There should be in a fire. Put the gear on me. I'll be protected. Talk to me. I'm not going to go that long.
Listen, we've got one of our own who's unprotected hospital injured. I didn't know what the plan is before you make a move. Just let me do my best. Then I'll breathe.
Hi, Huzzah!
We can go in there and get Pat.
Yeah. About that.
Hi, Melissa Sue.
But it's not too late. Still save yourself. I can help you get out of here.
So I just need cornstarch and evaporated milk. I have everything else.
Everyone deserves to be safe.
Is there really a difference in the taste in white onions and yellow onions? Hi, Tom. Shapoopy. Okay. Hadley.
Took this place off a few months back. Heard a bunch of people. Me and my partner, we tried to stop it. But we made a mistake. But my partner shot the wrong person. An innocent man got hurt. Wrong man mistake. The thing is, that gunman shouldn't have been alive. We don't need multiple times. Firefighters, so-called heroes, who kept saving them. That's the job. Save his life so you don't ruin someone else.
Oh, no, it's charging. Okay, good.
You don't have to make the tough choices. The people love you for it. They hate guys like you.
GP guys are highly suspect.
You have a clean shot. Negative for this man. Keep saving lives. It's a hard job. Try to help me take it.
How are you, Moon Dancer? Hi, Oma Payne. I'll continue in a second, guys. Give me just one moment. Is it a McCrusty or is it a regular? I think it's a McCrusty. Really want to pay that much? Gig. 46. I'm gonna pay that much. Well, let's do this. Filters. Okay. I'm just using it for games. I don't really need that much memory, right?
Thank you. That's the thing I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be milk and discharge paper ready. Sure. Let's look at that now. Okay. Still. Okay. So, that. Good. Close cards. That's what we're doing like broken. That was last time. I grabbed the project. Survive. I couldn't. Got me thinking. I wouldn't have to break it. So I went to make the move on my room. So I'm doing.
Hey, looky there. It's between the Miyoki cups and anything to do with pets.
Extinction is the rule. Survival is the exception. In your life, in the world, you have a never-ending emergency. Sometimes just waiting for the day can be a struggle. We collect scars, physical and psychological reminders of what we've been through, the food, and what we lost. But maybe those scars will be more than memorialize our past traumas. Maybe they're also a testament to the fact that we are still here. We are exceptions. We are survivors.
Okay, this will work. I could see if there were other colors. I don't want to pay that much. Huh. Why do you ask? Pretty, I just need it right there. No, Hussah doesn't really do that normally. Normally there's a reason. If you've never bought from TikTok Shop before, you should have a giant coupon on there. Most most first-time buyers get a coupon for a huge amount off of their first purchase. I remember when I placed mine, it was pretty much 80% off. And to be honest, one of my favorite purchases from this TikTok shop was this and Unicorn Gang's lipsticks. I mean, I literally just got another one of her lipsticks for a penny. I'm just glad it doesn't hurt the small business owner to use those coupons, because no matter how much TikTok gives you off of it, the seller gets, you know, what they normally charge for it. And like the free shipping is covered by TikTok, so the seller doesn't lose out on that either. But the Miyoki cups are pretty much my biggest seller.
You guys will have a great time. I'm really looking forward to meeting everybody.
And they're worth every penny, in my opinion.
She's sunny, she's firing.
Could you please sleep?
Skyla.
I was trying to tell you all something. My husband's been playing video games all day. It's like the longest recording. He's like, I was playing video games. That's a lie, but it doesn't mean so bad. Let's stay on topic 1 minute. I came in my bathroom, the tub to be precise, because he was so noisy and distracting me, and I can't focus like at all. So I don't like him here for some of my love balls, but I need to clean my tub because I see little weezies of weed sprouts tub still. Something happened to me today, and you guys are, some of y'all may think I'm crazy. I don't care. I'm shaky because of my asthma medication. Idiot. I keep keeping my piece of phone images of trees, right? I'll paint you a visual. I'm here. Where did you say it was? It's candy. It's in the candy aisle. I figured that much, but there's like 3 different candy aisles, so which one? I mean, I could have sworn there was just one aisle, but I don't know. Just look for it. I gotta go run in and get the cake. It's a lot of tune being directed to the person who has to do you a favor. I am looking. I look everywhere and I don't see you. You in a spot on the shelf for it at Five Below. What do you want me to do? You want me to get something else? Five Below. I said go to the Dollar Tree. No, you didn't. Your text literally says Five Below. Can you not read? Do you want me to get something else? Just hurry and run to the Dollar Tree. You seriously don't say anything. There's nothing else that I can keep here for you. Oh, we don't have time for that. I want that specific item for the goodie bags. Just go to the Dollar Tree. They have Wonder Balls. All kids love Wonder Balls. I'll get Wonder Balls. No, that doesn't go with the theme, and the party starts in an hour. Why are you whispering? Because do you know what people are gonna think if I walk out of here without buying anything? I don't know. Maybe that they didn't have the item that you needed. Plus, who cares? You're on the phone. No one's gonna mess with you. That's a good thing. Stay on the phone with me, and I'll just keep talking as I walk away. Okay. I don't know what to say. Just leave. Okay. Bye, ma'am. Have a great day. You good? I didn't steal anything. You guys just didn't have what I needed. Where did you say it's candy?
I love her so much.
Okay. Keep with me.
Hi, Midwest Chaos.
You're surrounded.
Oh, sweet Lord on a pogo stick. Why do I have like 25 million messages? Speaking of coupons, I just got another coupon.
Send more to up. I want to see what else. 2 weeks ago.
No, it can't be. Maybe that's what's up with it.
They lied. Whatever happened was involved in her suffering. So what was it?
It was a ransom. No, it was
Damn it, where does it have to be?
anyway, this one works for Kogo.
The things I want are always sold out.
And this is the first time we did it.
You also didn't hear about the other 4,000 cyber attacks.
I think there's backups, right? You know, redundancies, firewalls, systems designed to help the users click backwards in the dark and fish this guy.
So, look, there is no way to perfectly protect any system, right? The most thing that
What?
run on some sort of automated system. Also, supply chains, lights in your house, the water in your faucet. There's so exclusive enough of those systems. People realize that society is not resilient as other Okay, I'm gonna make something a little stronger than help.
Wonder if I can get the other lipstick with the coupon.
Cell phone carriers, GPS navigation, now video games. They don't even know this yet. Never was this gonna end. I would make sure that you get what you sold for them. Wow. Wow.
Next case before the court, State of California versus Jeffrey Hudson, motion on the judge Pia Adams to
I can't get that. Damn it. Can't get that. There's the one damn Miyoki I actually want. Not in stock.
Your Honor, the defendant has informed me that my services will no longer be required. He just fired me. He intends to represent himself.
What, baby?
Settle down.
Really?
I do allow you to represent yourself.
Is that so?
Mr. Decker,
Tell me all about it.
everyone else is going to
Really? Hi, Mary.
This defendant is charged with 6 counts of rape, heinous crime that involved him stalking his victim, lying in wait inside their home, and in addition to the In addition, he brutally assaulted an LAPD sergeant.
Why is that one $50 when it's 17? Oh, that's because it's only 3 times. Let's try that again. Nope.
Would be tantamount to allowing him to assault him again.
I'd like to see you counsel in chambers.
It appears this coupon is limited in what I can use it on. You're fine, Luna. It's just hot. hotter than Satan's backside in here, so I am pulling blankets off of me. No, you're fine, Luna. Stay. Yay. How's it only at 2%? That does not make... Oh, that's why. Ish. No, Luna, stay. Yes, I'm working on it. That can't be good. Let's see if that charges better.
That was amazing. Any chance you can do a transplant in the blood?
Get the generators running. Does anybody tell me to last power back on?
Usually hour on the hour. After a massive ransomware attack on the city's infrastructure, Angelinos hit into day 5 of record heat and a citywide power outage. At this hour, the dust still
Okay, note to self. Don't forget to charge this thing next time.
customers have lost power.
Okay, where was I? Can we come up here?
My man.
Come here, Luna.
How many first there are 3 houses down?
The one with the rocket wheel? You don't even like him. Why are you? Michael, are you having a party?
No. You know, it's more like a gathering. Just a few neighbors.
I didn't expect you to do that.
I came over and charged their devices, put stuff in the freezer, stuff, so
Damn it.
Fortune for me. Hey, Athena. Anyway, it's actually really nice here.
Hi, James.
Community getting together and everything.
Is that Mom? Hey, baby, you okay? So when are you coming home?
What's up?
Trying to figure out where I was.
Hey, Athena. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, okay? What I miss. Did you get that this morning? Maybe there's something you can do. It's good.
Okay, maybe we should join the meters. Just $5. Okay, do you consider what they get? Electricity? All you can eat food?
Very good. I want you to get this money back. We're not trying to profit.
Okay.
We are here to help people. Okay? Not take advantage of one another and everything. That's not what good neighbors do, son. But go now. Pass out some water while you're at it. And don't charge anybody for it.
Sergeant, yeah, I'm going to call my baby that the someone who was looking for me. It's a little...
Okay, that's right. I'm Dr. Bennett. He was brought in 5 days ago. Some kids found him in Hartford Park. His throat was cut. Looked like he'd been dumped there, along with no ID. He lost a lot of blood, and they had to repair the wounds, but it caused a stroke. We didn't think he was going to make it. This morning, he came to long enough like this. Sergeant, thank you for your notice.
Oh, good.
Okay, we're on chapter 41. For those who are still with me for the book. Since I'm wide awake. Chapter 41, Becoming a Witch. I rub my eyes against the early morning light as I walk into the kitchen. Coffee's brewed and everything's quiet. Vivian's car isn't in the driveway. Looks like she's avoiding me now. Somehow this hurts worse than the anger. She's the one who sold the apartment, Why do I feel deja vu here? Sorry, hold on. Okay, I guess I had read that part, but not any further. Sorry. Okay. I pull down a mug and fill it with coffee, half and half, and a bit of cinnamon. There are new empty wine bottles in the recycling can. Maybe Vivian's waiting for my dad to die to get rid of me. I have no family and nowhere to go. Why doesn't she care about me anymore? I shake my head. I need to stop thinking about this. Elijah, I say as I sit down at the round wooden table in the kitchen. He blinks in with an old leather-bound book in his hand. He takes a seat at the table and smiles. Good, you are awake. I immediately blush and look at my coffee. Seeing his dimples just makes me remember right away. Seeing his dimples just makes me remember the way his lips felt. I shift the conversation to our usual morning topic. How's my dad today? Very much the same. It's Saturday, a week since I was at the hospital, and the separation is panicking me. I really wish I could go see him. Elijah looked sympathetic. You are helping him more by staying here. For those who are new, I'm sorry. The English accent really sucks. I'm grateful for the reinforcement. What's the book? It is an old spell book. I am using it to figure out what kind of spell is around the house in the woods. It took me all night to locate one that I did not suspect was protected by some enchantment or another. It surprises me that anything can hurt you. Not that anything surprises me anymore. Understand that my existence as a spirit has no guaranteed end date. I would surely hate to spend the next few hundred years suffering over a spell because I was not cautious. The idea that objects can hold that kind of power is unsettling. Could that really happen? Samantha, death reveals that the world is more fantastical than you thought, not less. The veil between possible and impossible is often lifted. I think I need to get on board with this spell stuff too. I feel like I've been on the sidelines. How so? Well, I have that parchment you gave me. Maybe there's some sort of identity revealing spell that I can use to figure out who wrote that thing. On the off chance it does work, it will save me a bunch of time. Elijah smiles. Becoming a witch, are we? I feign annoyance. Not funny. So, did you find what those stones and things at the house meant? At the old house meant? I believe they are some form of binding spell to keep things in or shut things out. I'm not positive. They could also be a way of hiding the house from general view. I have not gotten far enough in my research. I wonder why Elijah's using an old spell book to decipher a new spell. I freeze and up my coffee cup only makes it halfway to my mouth. Elijah, do you think there's any way your fiancé could still be around? His lips tighten. Yes, I do. It is one of my greatest fears. One of the reasons I did not come back to Salem. But you haven't seen her, right? You'd see her if she was here. All I need is a crazy spirit obsessed with Elijah to make this situation worse. My first few days after I returned to Salem, really, Derek? My first few days after I returned to Salem, I was on guard for her. When she did not appear, I began to relax a little. Eventually, I assumed she had passed on. It was not... Go, cat. It was... Sorry, he was clawing me. It was not until yesterday that my fears about her resurfaced. I'm sure that if she knew where his spirit was, the past 300 years would have been unbearable. What's her name? It's weird to keep calling her your fiancé. As I told you yesterday, names have power. I have been careful not to say it all these years, and I ask that you do not say it either. But you know her name. She accused Burroughs and Giles Corey. She testified against Susanna Martin. I'd be lying if... I would be lying if I said I hadn't already been considering this, and these details definitely confirm my suspicion. I bet anything his fiancée was Anne. She was the leader of the girls who claimed to be afflicted by the accused. I nod. I won't say her name. Can I see the spellbook? He hands it to me, and the weight of it is surprising. The leather cover is old and cracked and has silver accents. I gently open it, and the pages are thick and soft like cloth. The spells are handwritten in the same type of calligraphy Elijah uses. Honey, he got blocked. He was a troll. The spells are handwritten in the same type of calligraphy that Elijah uses. The book has a homey feel to it. The way old houses have personality. I skim the titles of the spells. They are about love, protection, growth, and harmony. It must have belonged to a good witch. I almost laugh at the thought. After some page flipping, I come across a spell entitled The Origin of a Spell. I skim the text. This says it reveals a witch's signature, so you know who's casting against you. Elijah's eyebrows push together. I do not know, Samantha. If this does work, you risk drawing the witch's attention. She may sense you searching for her. Someone powerful enough to cast the spell that caused that rash is not someone you want to attract. I gotta work on my English accent. He could be right, but this is our best option. Maybe, but I think we have to take that risk. Besides, if it's Lizzie, she already hates me. And if it's not Lizzie, he asks. The vision Cotton showed me of Burroughs suggested I have a secret enemy. But it's only a secret to me, not to my enemy. This is something concrete that might level the playing field. Then we deal with that as it comes. I'm already in the middle of this. You aren't thinking it could be your fiance though, right? No, the dead cannot conjure. His voice has finality to it. So much so that I wonder if he has tried magic himself. At least I can rule her out. No, you can't. I study the required list of ingredients. I don't recognize all of them, but then again, let's try that again. But then again, I've never been good with plants. Oh crap. It specifies that everything must be freshly cut by the spellcaster. Elijah stands behind my shoulder. How do you plan on getting the ingredients? My options are limited without a car and without asking Vivian. I look out the kitchen window. I can ask Miss Merriweather. I'm guessing her huge garden has some, if not all of these things. I don't want to go anywhere near Jackson right now, but this isn't about me and my wants. Plus, Miss Merriweather loves cooking. I'm sure she could tell me where to get something if she doesn't have it. I grab a pen and paper from the kitchen drawer and make a list of ingredients. Elijah frowns. I do not like this at all. Me neither, but we need to take anything we can get at this point. Susanna stopped by last night and told me about more injuries in Salem. The problem is getting bigger, faster. Judging by his look, I know he agrees with me. I finish my list and he blinks out and takes the book with him. That's okay. It's probably easier for me to talk to Miss Merriweather without him there. I take one final sip of my coffee and put the mug in the sink. I walk out the back door and onto the grass toward Miss Merriweather's. There's always a chance Jackson's asleep. I knock on the back door. It only takes a moment for her rosy cheeks and warm smile to greet me. Top of the morning to you, she says in a playful Irish accent. I was not attempting that. I smile and step through the doorway. And the rest of the day to yourself. Miss Merriweather lights up. How do you know that was the right response? I went to Ireland with my dad when I was a kid. I listen for Jackson as I follow Miss Merriweather down the hall, but everything's quiet. Come in and sit a while. She walks through the arched doorway and into the kitchen. No. Not right now. No, go. Not right now, Derek. Go on. Go. Go. Come in and sit a while. She walks through the arched doorway and into the kitchen. I take a seat at the island, which is once again covered with beautiful desserts. She offers me my pick, and I gladly accept. I was wondering if I could have a few things from your garden, I ask between bites. Of course you may. What is it you're looking for? Her enthusiasm makes this all a little easier. I pull the list out of my hoodie pocket. Wild leek, checkerberry, fiddlehead. She reads to herself and then looks up at me curiously. What are you using these for? A recipe I found? Did you know that these are all native New England plants? That makes perfect sense if the spell book is from Elijah's time. The witch it belonged to would need to use local ingredients. No, how funny. My voice is higher pitched than usual. Checkerberries are found in the forest. That's not good. So you don't have them? She smiles. Actually, I do. I use them for a Native American medicinal tea. The thing is that besides tea, I've seen only one other recipe that calls for them. A seasonal muffin. Really, Derek? A seasonal muffin. Crap. She knows this is a weird ingredient. I should have taken a few minutes to research before marching over here. Let me know when you're done, Derek. If you knock stuff over, Bubba's, lay down.
Well, it's your son's dignity. Yes, but I don't know how much longer I can do this. It's not funny to be a... Just try not to forget anything. Hi, I'm your neighbor. Can I come in? Okay.
Hi, Melissa Janesco. I hope I said that right. Crap, she knows this is a weird ingredient. I should have taken a few minutes to research before marching over here. This is where impulsiveness gets you. Oh. Miss Merriweather walks to the island. Samantha, leek and checkerberry do not belong in the same recipe. I look at the desserts, hoping they'll provide me with some advice. I'm afraid you'll think I'm crazy. You would be surprised at the things I can accept, especially if they're the truth. She's so calm and non-judgmental that I feel awful. What made me think I would sneak this one past a woman who bakes for a living? There for a spell. They're for a spell. To my great surprise, she laughs. You sound so much like your father. We used to spend hours raiding our parents' gardens, trying to mix together any magical concoction. I have thought that is why he grew up to be a spice importer, and I a baker. I almost choke on my pastry. My dad mixing spells? That seems like the last thing in the world he'd do. Hi, my beauty. Hi, Britt, Maria. Hi, Judy. He wouldn't even let me get one of those fortunes out of a vending machine at a carnival. I suddenly see his spice business in a whole new light. How many things did he change about himself after my mother died? Did the potions ever work? Oh no, not exactly. But it didn't stop us from trying. She laughs again. You can imagine how angry Charlotte was the day we used up all the mint she liked for her lemonade. I smile too. So you don't think I'm nuts? I live in Salem. There are 10 stores within walking distance that have tonics and potions for true love and any other thing you can desire. Everyone swears by my happy cakes. Nothing like the magic of a triple chocolate to perk a body right up. She winks. I never considered that spells could be a part of... Okay, I never considered that spells could be part of the culture here. I'm sorry for not telling you, I really am. Not to worry. Trust has grown over time. You're still just planting your first seeds. She brushes her hands on her apron. Shall we get what you need? I shoved the last bite of cinnamon and sugar. I'm gonna massacre this. I think this is right. I shoved the last bite of cinnamon and sugar knot into my mouth. She leads me out the door and down a small stone pathway towards an enormous garden. Part is enclosed in a greenhouse, and a short stone wall surrounds the rest. Miss Merriweather points to the stones. My mother always told me stones like these were New England's winter crop. Because every year when she left, because every year when the snow left, there would be loads of them sticking out of the ground. Only made sense to build walls. She brings me to the checkerberries first. And then She brings me to the checkerberries first and hands me a wooden bowl to collect them. She urges me to try one, and they taste like wintergreen. And as we move through the list, she explains the plant flavors and shows me which plants can be used to treat anxiety, illnesses, or even hello.
Obviously, I want you to keep an eye on her. If there's any change in every day pattern, if she starts popping up on you, then we're back in. What? She's gonna be fine. I don't need to. She slightly drains her. Maybe she better home.
My bowl fills quickly, and I'm strangely satisfied with the experience. As we walk back to the house, I find myself smiling. I can see why she was my dad's best friend. She's one of the most good-natured people I have ever met. Now, Samantha, Miss Merriweather says, as we return to the kitchen, would you like to bring over that spell so I can help you with it? If I do the spell here, if I do the spell here, there's no risk of Vivian coming home and finding out. Also, the instructions looked complex, and it would be nice to have help, but I'll have to explain to her what the spell is for. Oh, come on, it'll be fun, and when Charlie wakes up, we can tell him all about it. I'm sure we'll have a good laugh. We'll have a good laugh about it. I hate skipping lines. I'm sure we'll all have a good laugh. She looks so happy about the idea. The bit about my dad tips the scales. I'm not sure he'll find it funny, but I do like the idea of him waking up and us all be laughing together. Okay, I'll be right back. I put down the bowl and run next door through the grass. When I open the back door, Elijah's standing there. I heard, he says. I'm not sure if he means that is a good thing or a bad thing. He hands me the book, and I open the door again, but he doesn't follow me. I stop. You coming? I will be along in a while. I am searching for something. By his vagueness, I'm sure it has to do with his fiancée. Okay, see you soon. Good luck with your search, I say as I head back out the door. I return to Miss Merriweather's kitchen. And place the old book on her counter. Isn't this something? There must be 200 or 300 years. This must be 200 or 300 years old. She examines the leather. I would have loved to have this when I was a girl. She flips through the pages, oohing and awing at the spell names. Which one are we doing? Origin of the spell. Origin of the spell, I say. And she waits for an explanation. Might as well just dive in. I don't know if Jackson told you, but I got blamed for a rash at the party. I'm trying to figure out who did it, because I think that person set me up. I removed the tiny piece of parchment from my wallet and hand it to Miss Merriweather. This was found at the party? She unrolls the paper. Hi, Kathy. She unrolls the paper, and I flip through the pages of the spell book. And here I thought we might be doing a true love spell. She says, looking more serious than she did a moment ago. She examines the spell I've chosen. Well, it's certainly worth a try. Mom? Sam? Jackson enters the kitchen in his pajamas, his blonde hair messy and falling in his eyes. My heart gallops and I instinctively block his view of the spell book. I yank back the wave of emotion that threatens to crash. He looks from one of us to the other suspiciously. Breakfast, Jackson? There's some lovely warm broccoli and cheddar quiche. And your orange juice is in the fridge. Jackson stares at me. What are you guys doing? A spell, Miss Merriweather says matter-of-factly. Watching the shock register in Jackson's face is uncomfortable. You're definitely not doing a spell in my kitchen, Sam. I set my jaw and stare at him. You may help if you like, dear, his mother continues, but otherwise, will you please take your quiche into the dining room? I suspect we'll have to concentrate. Mom, I'm not kidding. Miss Merriweather pauses. Okay, sweetheart. What's bothering you? You know what? For years, everyone thought you were crazy because of her. He looks frustrated. My grandmother? I guess, and I know I'm right. He told me his mother was shunned because people thought she was crazy. He said there were other reasons besides depression. I never put it together till now. It's finally blown over, and now you're doing spells, and you... He looks at me, but doesn't finish his sentence. His eyes are accusatory. Miss Merriweather watches her son wrestle with his emotions. I'm in my own kitchen. You shouldn't worry so much about what other people think. Besides, you know Charlotte was as much my mother as my own. I don't regret one moment I spent with her, no matter what the small-minded townspeople thought. I raised you better than that. Jackson looked straight at me. You were right. You do hurt the people around you. Really? Stay. And what about you? I mean this to sound confident, but my voice falters. Helping the descendants crucify me? He looked down and shakes his head. I knew you would think that was true. I don't know why I bother. Jackson's look makes me wish I could take it all back. He turns and walks away. Jackson, I say, and he keeps walking. Miss Merriweather stops me before I chase him. Give him time. Jackson's one who needs to process. If you push him now, it will only get worse. I'm so sorry, Miss Merriweather. No need for apologies. You've done nothing wrong. Yes, I have. I thought the worst about someone who was nothing but nice to me. I turn around and look at everything she helped me pick and just feel rotten. I'll leave. Her expression softens. You'll do no such thing. We have a spell to do. No sense in everyone being unhappy. What about Jackson? She smooths her apron. I know you're worried about him. It's sweet of you. My Jackson is a very practical soul. Bless his heart. Just like his father. But sometimes people need to be believed in more than they need to be told what is so. In time, he'll learn. Just be patient with him, Samantha. Does she mean he needs to believe me, or I need to believe in him? Thanks for being so nice. She reties her apron. Alrighty now. What do we do first? I turn the book and try to ignore my sadness. We have to boil the berries. Miss Merriweather gets a small but heavy looking pot. This is called a chowder. It's where they got the name for the soup. She fills it halfway with water and puts it on to boil. Then we drop the checkerberries in, which makes the whole room smell like minty gum. We read the directions together. Thankfully, she understands because I have no clue how to finely shred leafy greens. Miss Merriweather gives me the cutting board. Mrs. Merriweather gives me the cutting board and a knife. First, cut the root off the leek. Leek like this. Then slice it lengthwise. Now brace it with your fingers and chop it in nice even pieces. I'm amazed at how fast her hands move. I take the knife and try to replicate it. Unfortunately, I'm 20% her speed and 0% her finesse.
Before, Jeffrey, you should leave.
Hello.
That's what crappy lawyer you are. Instead of getting me off,
Where was I?
you're gonna get me hung for murder.
Together we cut all the greens into their proper form and place them in the chowder pot. Whew, that's a strong smell, Mrs. Merriweather says, as we watch our ingredients boil together into a thick soup. I double check the instructions. Mrs. Merriweather Let's try that again. Whew, that's a strong smell, Mrs. Merriweather says as we watch our ingredients boil together into a thick soup. I double check the instructions and Mrs. Merriweather pulls a small baster from the drawer. We clear a portion of the We clear a portion of the counter near the pot, and I carefully unroll the tiny piece of parchment paper. There's something exciting about doing this with her. It's how I always imagined some kids baked cookies with their moms.
This is my mom.
I take a deep breath and concentrate on the words. What is hidden come to view, make plain the hand with which you drew. Your magic mark I wish to see.
So this house party. When did it start?
Make plain the hand with which you drew. Your magic mark I wish to see. With these 3 drops revealed to me. I pull the hot liquid from the pot into the baster and squeeze the 3 drops. Really, Cat? Stop. Couldn't figure out what I was hearing. Get down. Go. Hold on, guys. Come on. There we go. Sorry it froze.
Harry, are you okay? Where are you? What do you mean you're not sure?
I pull the hot liquid from the pot into the baster and squeeze 3 red drops onto the parchment. We both stare at it, afraid to blink. The red liquid coats the tiny piece of paper, causing the remaining black ink symbols to bleed. Then, all at once, the red potion moves to the center of the parchment in a concentrated dot. It slowly curves and winds itself like a pen. It slowly curves and winds itself like there's a pen instructing it where to go. After a moment of this, it makes an elegant red feather. Hello. I stare at it, trying to will it to turn into something else, anything but a feather. My stomach twists in on itself, and I almost drop the baster on the floor. The crow woman, Miss Merriweather says in a hushed tone, or in a hushed voice. I grab the edge of the paper, trying to touch it as little as possible. I'm really sorry, but I have to run. I pick up the book. I need Elijah now. What does this mean exactly? Miss Merriweather looked serious, with none of the bubbly sweetness of her usual demeanor. Your grandmother said, I cut her off, if I don't go now, I'll have a panic attack. I'm not sure. If I can explain, I promise I will. I'm sorry again for taking off like this. I run out of the kitchen before Miss Merriweather has time to respond. Elijah, I say as I sprint across the grass. When I open the back door of my house, he's in the hallway. I hand him the parchment. His face shows more than surprise. He's angry. It's hot, now I'm cold. It's like I can't win.
Okay, I'm call away. Hey, Bobby, you got someone doing me a favor. Can you drop off David at my place on the way? I'm so sorry this is happening.
Okay, when I open the back door of my house, he's in the hallway. I hand him the parchment. His face shows more than surprise. He's angry. Not possible, he says to himself. Turn around, Samantha. We're leaving. The front door slams shut. Sam! Yells Vivian. If I run now, she'll see. If I stand still, unsure of what to do. Yeah? Elijah grabs the book and the parchment from me, and Vivian appears in the hallway. Where have you been? I called the house and your cell 3 times. I think she sees my face and stops. Did something happen? Yeah. I know she'll never believe that nothing's wrong. Quickly, Samantha, Elijah urges. I will carry you out of here if you do not find another way. His insistence makes it harder to think. I forgot I have a paper due on Monday. The worry leaves her face. I thought we could go visit your father, and on the way we could talk all about the fighting we've been doing lately. I know it hasn't been easy for you, and I know I've been on edge. Pardon me. I've been on edge recently. I've been on edge recently. This surprises me. She never tries to resolve things like this. But then again, we've never fought this badly. Either part of me really wants to say yes. Hi, Cindy Allen.
No, I can't leave you out here alone. She's not safe. I'm not fooling around, kid. I don't have time for this. I'm gonna give you the count of 5 to show yourself. Then I'm gonna go back.
Part of me really wants to say yes, wants to forgive her and believe there's an explanation for that medical bill. But I need to go with Elijah and figure out what this feather means. I have to meet my group at the library. I turn towards the back door. I hate to leave, but I can't stay. Here I am trying to do something nice, when really I should be the one mad at you for the way you have acted. And I didn't say you could leave this house, she says, the hurt in her tone turning to anger. I reach for the door handle and grab it. I take one look at her. She's fuming mad. I run. Don't you dare run from me, she yells so loudly. I hear her from the driveway. I don't look back. It's too late to change my mind. But part of me worries that shrugging Vivian off might have broken our relationship for good. My dad always softened me and Vivian like a disc between a vertebrae. Now we're just rubbing together in the worst and most painful way. Maybe we don't work without him. This way, says Elijah, keeping pace with my sprint. Hello.
You're not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to crack your skull open with this saber. Where's the injured guy?
Okay, I'm going to stop for now. Mostly because I have to pee. So, I will see you all later. I have to let the dogs out and stuff, so I will be back later today at some point. Bye, guys.